Sure, Mr. Homar. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order through the mayor, and then we'll proceed.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and I'll turn it over to the hearing officer.
All right. Thank you. My name is Amanda Esch. I'm an attorney and will be serving as hearing officer today in the matter of the pre-termination hearing of Police Chief David Theel. Before we get going, I wanted to go through a brief sort of procedural rundown of what we'll be doing today. But I understand, Mr. Homar, did you want to say something briefly?
Yes, just two things. Quickly, I want to apologize first for being a little bit late. The construction on I-25 was a little more than I bargained for. Number two, I'd like to take this opportunity to renew, I guess, my request for recusal of council members Moulton and Kincaid. I think I've covered the reasons for said request for recusal clearly in previous motions, but wanted to do that ahead of time as far as their consideration and voting on this matter.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Homar. That's actually something I was going to address on the record once we kind of go through the procedural. So we'll handle that. And for some reason, if I miss it, please be sure to remind me before we get started with the presentations. So everyone understands what we're doing today. There has been numerous conversations with council for both Chief Theel as well as the town of Glen Rock regarding what the procedure will be today, but I want to make sure everyone's clear on that in terms of both the parties at issue and then everyone here in the gallery as well. So I am here today to run the proceedings and also to essentially act as a legal advisor for the council members in terms of the appropriate legal standards and the basis for the decision. I am not here to make a decision today. I am here really just as an assistance for them and to sort of regulate the proceedings for the parties. The process will be per the parties' agreement that the town of Glen Rock will present evidence as to why it is arguing that Chief Theel should be terminated, and then they will have an hour to do so. Then Chief Theel's counsel will have 2 hours to make a similar presentation. Both parties have prepared, extensive written submissions regarding the reasons that they're going to present orally and however else today. Those have been put in notebooks and they are in the council chambers. No council members have looked at those as of yet. I brought those up with me from Cheyenne. And council will not look at those even if we recess into executive session until all the presentations are concluded. So the applicable standards, let me also say, the parties have agreed at this point that no witnesses will be called and there will be no cross-examination that occurs regarding anyone making a verbal presentation. For example, if Chief Theel speaks, he will not be subject to cross-examination and he will not be put under oath. The hearing is being recorded. There will be no public comment from anyone. Because this is a hearing regarding personnel matters, we do have the option to conduct it all in executive session. Chief Theel has requested that it be conducted publicly. So long as we are able to do that appropriately and without interruption, we will continue to do so. However, if there are interruptions from the gallery, we will go ahead and move it into executive session and do it privately. So I don't think anyone wants to see that, and I would expect that everyone will act appropriately today and we won't have any issues with that. The council then, after presentation of evidence, will be tasked with deciding whether or not Chief Theel should be terminated pursuant to the policies of the town of Glen Rock. I'm going to say the policy and the standard as I understand them to be and what I understand the council for each party has agreed it is, but please listen carefully. If either council for the town of Glen Rock or Chief Theel disagrees with the standard, please speak up now and offer an opposing standard. So pursuant to the policies of the town of Glen Rock, Chief Theel can be terminated by the council for cause. So we are here today for the pre-termination hearing to allow the council to decide whether or not they believe the evidence presented by the town attorney meets that standard of for cause. To my understanding and based on my reading of Wyoming law, the parties have agreed that the standard for a for cause termination is fair and honest reasons regulated by good faith on the part of the employer that are not trivial, arbitrary, or capricious, unrelated to the business needs or goals, or pretextual. A reasoned conclusion, in short, supported by substantial evidence gathered through an adequate investigation that includes notice of the claim misconduct and chance for the employee to respond. That is the standard taken from Leitz v. State, 2018, Wyoming, 127, 430 P3D 310. Does either counsel disagree that that is not the appropriate for-cause standard?
Hearing examiner, counsel for the town does not disagree.
Okay.
We agree that's the standard.
Okay, thank you. All right. So procedurally, I think that's all we needed to talk about. I have not met any of the council members before today, and as their counsel, I would like to give them the opportunity, if they would like, to adjourn, briefly into executive session if they have any questions for me as their attorney as to how things will proceed. If they do not, we will move forward. But, Mr. Mayor?
I'm fine at this time.
Okay. Counsel?
I'm fine.
Mr. Moulton?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. With that being said, we will now proceed into the more substantive pieces. As I hope the council members know, and as Mr. Homar just indicated on behalf of Chief Theel, there have been 2 requests to exclude council members for conflicts of interest. Those requests have been made under Wyoming state statute. The applicable statute provides that a public official, public member, or public employee shall not make an official decision or vote on an official decision if the public official, public member, or public employee has a personal or private interest in the matter. In determining whether he has a personal or private interest in the matter, the public official shall recognize the importance of his right to represent his constituency and shall abstain from voting only in clear cases of a personal or private interest as defined in this subsection. A public official or public member shall not vote to give money or any direct financial benefit to himself except for tax reduction affecting the general public. For the purpose of this section, a personal or private interest is, with respect to the public official, public employee, or public member, an interest which is direct and immediate as opposed to speculative and remote. Is an interest that provides the public official, public employee, or public member a greater benefit or a lesser detriment than it does for a large or substantial group or class of persons who are similarly situated. A public official, public member, or public employee described by subsection A, which is what I just read, of this section shall abstain from voting on the decision and from making any official decision in the matter. The public officials, public members, or public employees' abstention from voting must be recorded in the governmental entity's official records. So, council members, I think this is probably something similar to what you normally do in council meetings in terms of whether or not you would abstain from a vote. To determine if you have a conflict of interest. Councilman Moulton, I will start with you. Oh, apologize. See, obviously I haven't met any of you before today. I apologize. Councilman Moulton, I'll start with you. There has been an allegation that you potentially have a conflict of interest, I believe, because your wife is an employee of the police department. Are you familiar with that allegation? Okay. So, understanding that we are here today to vote on the termination of the chief of police, I have to ask you, can you make the decision today based on the presentation of the evidence before you?
Yes.
And that alone?
Yes.
And can you do that without any sort of bias or personal motivation? I guess, do you have any personal motivation to vote one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kincaid. It has also been alleged that there is a potential conflict of interest with you, given that you are in the process or have applied to be a city employee. Is that accurate?
I applied.
Okay.
That's in case if I was to do that or if that was to happen, I would step down counsel. I have, as far as this case goes, I have no personal or any interest in.
Okay. Do you believe that you can make a fair and impartial decision today based on the evidence presented and only the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any concern that if you were to vote, for example, contrary to the other council members or the mayor, that there would be any retaliation in the form of you no longer being eligible for that employment?
I hope not.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, given that and given the high standard to meet that conflict of interest, I don't find sufficient evidence to determine that either of the council members need to recuse themselves. I think it's speculative at this point, and they do have an obligation to represent their constituents. So without more, and especially in a small town in Wyoming, where we're all going to have some relation to one another, I think we're ready to proceed. Mr. Homer, you also previously had filed a motion to exclude certain evidence. Have you withdrawn that motion at this point, or is it still pertinent, or do you just wish to make it as evidence is presented?
I'm not withdrawing that motion. I think the evidence that we put in our request for exclusion is irrelevant to this matter and should not be presented. I know there's been no ruling on that. But as far as your question as to whether it's withdrawn, it was not.
Okay. I just wanted to ask since you didn't raise it. And are we having a tech?
I'm going to unmute these for you guys here. So this, if this red light's not on, then we're not. There you go.
Thank you.
This one as well. If there's any. That green light would mean that this is.
Jared is red light hot. Gotcha.
Yep, you got it. There you now.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Homer, the evidence that you've requested that be excluded at this point in time, that issue's been briefed. Mr. Silva's responded on behalf of the town of Glen Rock and has disputed that, in large part on the basis that the parties did agree in the manner in which evidence would be presented here, that it was simply agreed that each party would have an opportunity to present evidence through a verbal presentation and then present their written basis or supporting materials for the council to review as well. There was no discussion at that point in time as to whether or not with that stipulation there would be the reservation of any right to object. It certainly sort of makes it a little bit more difficult to exclude anything without that. With that being said, given the very low standard to allow admissible evidence in an administrative proceeding, which I can only exclude irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence, at this time I don't think I can grant that motion. I will give council some leeway to object during the course of the verbal presentations, but that's going to be very limited, and if it gets out of hand, then I'm probably going to have to withdraw that ability because we have stipulated to how this will be done. But if you believe Mr. Silva through his verbal presentation is veering too far into that standard and you would like to move to stop his presentation and halt him offering any evidence on additional points, you're free to do so at this point, or you, Ms. Shea as well. So, the council members at the conclusion of the presentations of evidence will have the ability to ask questions of the attorneys. I would ask that you wait until they're done, so please be sure to keep good notes because especially in the case of Chief Theel's, you'll have 2 hours of presentation, so this can be hard to keep track. All right. When the evidence is concluded, we will adjourn into executive session. Council members will have the opportunity to review the written evidence and consider the arguments made here, and then we'll have the ability, given the appropriate legal standard, to vote on whether or not sufficient evidence has been presented to justify a for-cause termination of Chief Theel. With that being said, are there any questions, concerns from council? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Is the vote going to take place in executive session or in the council chamber?
We will discuss it, and you do have the ability essentially to vote in council chambers. We will come back and announce it publicly, though. And then I will follow up with a written decision that will go through the basis for the vote. So we will have to come up, if whatever the vote is, one way or the other, we'll have to make sure that we articulate very good, clear reasons one way or the other why you voted the way you did. So that's my job to help you do that. So we'll have to talk about what those reasons are, but we can give an explanation publicly once your vote is concluded.
Thank you.
Okay? Is there any other questions or concerns before we start?
No hearing examiner.
Just wait for Mr. Homer. All right. Is council for the town of Glen Rock ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed, hearing examiner.
Okay. All right, Mr. Silva, it is now 9:35. You will have till 10:35.
Good morning, hearing examiner, mayor, council. My name is Craig Silva, and I'm an attorney from Casper, Wyoming. I'm with the law firm of Williams, Porter, Day & DeVille. I have with me my partner, Amy Iberlin, and her assistant, Mary Bennett. And we're here on behalf of the town of Glen Rock. What don't you understand? How does that feel? If you're an employee, how does that feel? Is it condescending? Is it demeaning? Is it bullying? The way that Chief Theel treats his employees and others is not okay. It's not all right, and the cause under the statute here, well, there's going to be a lot of minutia, a lot of details, but the cause, the primary cause, is he's not a good manager. He's alienated the bulk of the police department. There's anywhere between 12 to 13 employees in the police department between dispatch and the police department. He's earned over the last 2 years a vote of no confidence from at least 10 of those. He's alienated the Converse County School District number 2. They don't want to work with him. He's alienated members of the community. And that's the overall problem. He's not a proper manager, for which he will not recognize that. And when you see his submissions, he's not going to recognize that. It's never his fault. It's always somebody else's fault. And he's always smarter than everybody else. Miss Stadelli, and you'll be able to read her report, Miss Stadelli in the last paragraph in her report said, "It is also abundantly clear the town finds itself facing a bit of an event horizon as far as the police department is concerned. Morale is extremely low. There are formal and significant complaints about the leadership from subordinates, as well as the chief about the subordinates. If the town doesn't act quick to alleviate the situation, it will likely face a public safety crisis due to the disengaged or resigning officers, a lack of faith in the department by the citizens, and most likely lawsuits from either the chief or rank-and-file members of the department." Now, the chief was placed on administrative leave February of 2021. August 4th of 2021, we, the town of Glen Rock, received a cease and desist order, or letter, from the chief, which is Exhibit 33. And notebooks have been prepared, and you'll be able to see these notebooks and go through them. They're voluminous. It's going to take you time to go through all of this. But on August 4, 2021, there's a cease and desist order, or letter, issued to Glen Rock Town Council. That's you. Mayor Bruce Rommel. Interim Police Chief Coulter Felton. You'll get to look at that letter, but it says, "As most of you likely know, my name is Scott Hormar, and I'm an attorney representing David Theel. It's been brought to my attention that Mayor Rommel, through friends and members of the Glen Rock Police Department, particularly Interim Police Chief Felton, and a dispatch employee, are actively involved in lobbying relevant members of Joint Powers Board against hiring my client for a position for which he applied. He will continue to gather evidence of these lobbying efforts to date. Many of them have been found to contain inaccurate, deceptive, or outright false information. Likely, this is retaliation for my client exercising his due process rights with regard to the ongoing employment matter. However, such actions fall into several legal causes of action." And then he goes on to tell you to cease and desist. He's placed on administrative leave in February 2021. Town gets this letter August 4th, 2021. Directed at the mayor, directed at the police department, also directed at you. The relationship between Chief Theel and the police department is severed. It is broken. It cannot be fixed. And while there's a stipulation here, you're probably curious as how we got to that stipulation. February 2021, Chief Theel is placed on administrative leave. April 2021, Ms. Tadelli completes her investigation. During that time period, and even after, Chief Theel, under Wyoming statute, requested a public hearing, repeatedly requested a public hearing. To me, that's a due process hearing where witnesses come in and they testify. As the proceedings went on, Chief Theel changed his mind about that, and he wanted a pre-termination hearing. Now, a pre-termination hearing has appeal for the town of Glen Rock because there was a minor that was going to come in here and testify. I can avoid that. There's a hearing set for 4 days. I can avoid that. I can avoid all those things that I have concern about protecting the privacy of the people in the process. This process has been in the paper every other week. There's a lawsuit filed by the paper in front of Judge Rumke. I just argued it last week. I have an obligation to protect those witnesses, and that's what I want to do. But this is what a pre-termination hearing means. It means I get to present to him what our reason is. He gets to respond back. And as long as that reason is legitimate and not false or fake, he gets terminated. That's what a pre-termination hearing is. So don't overthink this process. He gets notice, an opportunity to be heard. As long as my reason is legitimate, he's gone. He gets terminated. The cause here for the termination is that Chief Theel's police department, including the officers from dispatch, a total of 10, don't want to work with him and were willing to step out there on more than one occasion to voice their concerns, even though every one of them is afraid he's going to retaliate against him. We have evidence of retaliation in here. He believed that Coulter Fulton reported him to the county attorney's office when he didn't turn over a case to the county attorney or turn over the case to DCI or turn over the case to the sheriff's department. After that occurred and after Chief Theel believed that, he started writing Coulter Fulton up. And you're going to have the write-ups. Now, magically, in his materials, you're going to find an evaluation that he got out of his office when I allowed him in there to get stuff. That's a pretty good evaluation for Officer Felton. But he nevertheless continued to write him up. And some of those write-ups are dumb. In addition, because of the way the Converse County School District Number 2 has been treated, they don't want to work with him. They don't want to work with Chief Theel. And then he's had issues with the general public. Chief Theel started working as a chief of police for the town of Glen Rock in March of 2019. Within the first year, that's by February of 2020, personnel issues with Chief Shield were coming to the surface. The officers and dispatch were not happy with many aspects of Dave Theel's management of the department. Those are outlined in Exhibit 31 and 32. A lot of that information is found in there, but I want to go through some of it with you. One of the witnesses in Exhibit 31 and 32, I love what I do. Now, this is an employee of the police department. I love what I do. I love the people I serve, but working in the department is hard because of the administration and the lack of leadership. This witness told the interviewer that during his or her employment, he or she worked with an officer named, and this is going to be in my materials, the investigation of Officer 1. The witness stated that this person never went above and beyond his work, but always did the bare minimum. Now, I'm not talking about the chief here. In fact, when you look at the materials of the chief, he's qualified to do the job. But just because you're qualified to do the job doesn't mean you're good at doing the job. There's a difference. He's qualified to do the job. This witness also stated that during his or her employment with the department, it was obvious that this particular person, not the chief, didn't have positive moral character. This witness stated that it was public knowledge that this particular officer had multiple marital affairs and had unprofessional behavior. There were rumors that he would trade favors, sexual favors, in exchange for letting various women out of traffic stops. Others saw this officer engage in excessive public displays of affection with his girlfriend while he was wearing his uniform. This witness believes that formal complaints were made about it to Chief David Theel, but the witness stated that nothing was ever done. Recently, now this is back in February 2020, it was rumored that this particular officer had a sexual relationship with a young student at the Glen Rock High School. Apparently, the girl had met him when he was teaching driver's education class. The affair was discovered when a teacher overheard the girl speaking about it. The principal of the school investigated further and went to the school superintendent. The superintendent alerted Chief Theel about what transpired between the girl. Chief Theel responded by placing this particular officer on administrative leave while he conducted his own internal affairs investigation. This witness stated the matter should have been referred to another department, such as DCI or the Sheriff's Department, because no one trusted Chief Theel he would do an adequate investigation of the officers in the department, were worried that he would just try to cover things up. And then that officer ultimately voluntarily resigned. This witness stated that the officers have considered bringing a vote of no confidence. Now, this is all the way back to February of 2020 against Chief Theel, but the people are afraid, that's the people that work in the police department, of losing their jobs. The witness finally stated that Chief Theel has a huge ego. He doesn't spend very much time in the department, and when he is there, he's a bad micromanager. Another witness. These are exhibits 32 and 33 for your reference. This one witness said that morale's so bad that no one wants to come to work because the chief's horrible, but the employees stay because they want to continue to serve the community. This witness stated the department employees have zero confidence of the chief because he lacks strong leadership abilities. He has difficulty prioritizing tasks, and he micromanages everyone. This witness also stated that Chief Theel lost all of his credibility at the department and in the community because he looks like he tried to help this particular officer avoid charges. This number 4 witness works for the police department back in 2020. This person he or she, I don't know, didn't want to speak in depth for fear of losing his or her job. This person expressed concern about this particular officer's behavior, not the chief. The administrative investigation that was conducted by the chief, the email that was sent, this is an email that tell everybody to basically don't worry about what happened in the investigation of this police officer. And then that's all that particular witness would say. Witness 5 was contacted. A voice message was left for this person with the police department. They didn't return a call. 6 was contacted. Another person requesting a call back, but number 6 didn't return a call. 7 requested a call back, unable to leave a message because the mailbox was full. 8 didn't return a phone call and was unable to leave a message. This person, witness 9, had an appointment to speak with the person asking the questions, but canceled the meeting. That witness stated that he or she was afraid of losing her position. Number 11, this witness expressed a lot of hesitation to speak with me as he or she is afraid of losing his or her job. This witness stated that it's hard to respect the chief as a leader because he's a micromanager and we're told exactly how to do everything. We have zero discretion, which takes turn on morale. The witness also stated that he or she has very little interaction with Chief because he's always working in Douglas on some new software program. Here's the conclusion from exhibits 32 and 33. Nearly all of the witnesses expressed hesitation to speak, but they were also relieved to know that someone was looking into what was happening. They all expressed a uniform love for the work, but felt embarrassed by what had done at the high school and the shame of how the investigation occurred. Other significant concerns included a lack of communication from the chief and the chief's apparent desire to keep what happened at the high school quiet. Many employees would like to know if an investigation is being conducted by DCI because they felt that DCI should have been called immediately and that the internal investigation by the chief alone was improper. Several of the witnesses didn't want to speak with this person asking the questions, and they did not they didn't want to speak, and everyone who did speak said they didn't express any support for the current leadership. Number 6, if you remember, this person was left a voicemail, and then this person returned the call later on, and so there was some follow-up. This witness commented that after Chief Theel was hired, he tried to make a good impression by getting along with everyone, but whenever there was a complaint, Chief Theel would never do anything about it. For example, when the complaint was made about this officer had been kissing his girlfriend at the Glen Rock Rec Center while in uniform, the chief responded with, "So if I kiss my wife, is that too much?" This person presently said, "It's awful at the police department. It's getting worse. The chief overreacts. He's really condescending. He's micromanager." The witness also stated the chief has a difficult time making consistent decisions, and he seems to target certain officers. The witness states that the chief seems to be threatened by Officer Coulter, and so he's constantly degrading him. Chief Theel acts and talks like everything Officer Coulter does is wrong, when honestly Officer Coulter is the one who's holding the whole department together. So how did they get there? How did those individuals in that department get there? So what happened? That begs the question, right, of what happened with the investigation of this officer. In January of 2020, it came out there were allegations that one of the town of Glen Rock's officers had an inappropriate relationship with a female student. Chief Theel conducted the investigation. Now, this is a rule violation. Look at Exhibit 4 in our notebook. When you get back there, you can look at Exhibit 4. And it talks about internal affairs. And it says, when allegations involve the possibility of criminal violations, okay? So when an officer commits a criminal violation, the prosecutor's department, which is your county attorney's department, Joe Russell in this case at the time, who was an assistant county attorney, shall be immediately notified for an investigative investigation is started. That didn't occur. One of the members of the police department contacted the county attorney. I got wind of it, and I contacted the county attorney. I actually thought I was the first one to contact the county attorney. I've later found out during this process of learning this case, I was not the first one to contact the county attorney. After the investigation is started, and you're going to have a transcribed exhibit, it's Exhibit M, of an interview of the minors to read as an exhibit. So after many of the witnesses had been contacted by Chief Theel, and the internal investigation had started, and that's the important part, it's because he's going to say, I'm doing an internal investigation. All of those people have been contacted, and there had been no contact with any outside law enforcement. The county attorney came here to Glen Rock with an investigator and said this needed to be turned over to DCI or the Sheriff's Department. And Chief Theel said, "You're not my boss." Now there's an email exchange or text message exchange with Amy Iberlin on 1/15 of 2020. It's Chief Thiel's exhibits, and it's in his Exhibit K. It's on the second page. Miss Iberlin says, "I just looked at the statutes. I think we have an obligation to turn this over to DCI, just FYI. Chief Theel says, "Can I call in a few?" Miss Iberlin says, "Yeah, talking over with Craig now. He agrees. My analysis. Give me a call in a second." Now, what's important about that is Chief Theel ultimately turns over the phones of the alleged perpetrator and the alleged victim. And there's inappropriate texting found on the phones by DCI. But you have to look at Exhibit 23. And that's the DCI. Exhibit 23 is the DCI report. Additionally, and it says, it's on Bates number. Bates number is always a number in the right-hand corner, big block numbers. Bates number 171. Additionally, Chief Theel interviewed several of the perpetrator's associates, or the victim's associates, alleged victim associates, and the victim herself. All parties denied any sexual or otherwise criminal activity. All right? He interviewed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential people. One of those interviews he's attached as an exhibit. That's Exhibit M. I'm not going to identify the child, but I'm going to read to you parts of that. So it starts off, the part that I care about, starts off on page 3 at the top. But for timeline, the interview starts like this. This is David Theel. It's January 15, 2020 at approximately 8:07 a.m. I'm here with the minor and her mom, and then he asks, is that correct? Then when we get to page 3, and she said, and this is the minor, and she said, that'd be the victim, that it had continued, that's the relationship, because it had been stopped at one point, and she said that it started again, and that she, the victim, told me there had been sexual contact. There's no follow-up question to that. There's no follow-up question to that on what sexual contact is. However, he told DCI later, additionally, Chief Theel interviewed several of the victim's associates and the victim herself. All parties denied any sexual or otherwise criminal activity. Now, I was part of this. I didn't know this until I got in this case. This is the minor again. And then she, the victim, showed me the messages between them, and so like it went from he, the perpetrator, kind of escalated it, telling her it was okay that she had been in trouble again, trouble by stuff at school. And then say like calling her pretty, and then like I guess like kind of drawing her in. And then as the relationship continued over the next 2 to 3 weeks, the conversations got more sexual, more intense, I guess. And then she described some of those conversations. And it would look something like this. I would take off your clothes and kiss all over your body, and then I would tie you up. And then one of them was about, like, he would take her into the shower and, like, I don't know, Then the chief says, okay, well, let me say this. Were there more explicit than that? That's instant messaging and text messaging that she saw. The witness said yes. Now, she's seeing this on the victim's phone. The chief says, so if I needed to know about that, would you feel comfortable writing it out for me? Yeah, I would do that. He never had her do that. So that occurs in January 15, 2020. This report from DCI is 2/12/2020. Where it says, additionally, Chief Theel interviewed several of the associates of the alleged victim, and all parties denied any sexual or otherwise criminal activity. Then we go into the statement. This witness said she witnessed this police officer pinched her butt, the alleged victim. But that was all like besides that happened because she was managing for us. The chief said, how do you know that happened? This witness said, I watched it. This witness says, so we're all walking and going to the court to play our next game, and standing against the wall, he pinched her butt. The mom on one of those pages, it's a long paragraph, I'm not going to bore you with it, but the mom on one of those pages of the statement, because remember the mom's there, the mom on one of those pages of the statement says that as she observed the relationship between this officer and the student, it didn't look appropriate. Then as you go on to the statement, this child witness said that, I was like, are you guys still texting? She's asking this of the victim. And she says, yes, we are, but we've also done things. But she said that, like, she went over to his house. That's to the officer's house. after the early practice while we were all at the late practice, that she went over there and they had kissed and touched. That's all she told me. So we're clear. This person, who's the child witness, says that the alleged victim said these things. Now, there's a whole bunch of evidentiary hurdles to that, and I'm conceding that there are. But this is an investigation. There's actually people that do investigations with minors. They're called CAP interviews, Child Advocacy and Protection. We take minors, we take them to Child Advocacy and Protection, and they do what's called a forensic CAP interview. The issue I have with that is when I come back to this police report, DCI, and it says, Chief Theel interviewed several of the associates of the alleged victim. All parties denied any sexual or otherwise criminal activity. I got at least one party not denying that. We have a tape recording of it, and he transcribed it for you. It's his exhibits. He then further later on into the investigation, he goes, the chief asks, when did this person tell you that she had gone to this officer's house? Did she give you any further details, like what day? No. She said it had been on multiple occasions, but she didn't say what specific day. And of course, this officer lives right by the school. The mother, who's watching in the gym at the time, explains that he saw the officer grab this student's side one time as she brushed up against him as she walked by. We get those investigated by outside agencies, guys. And that is what started to create all the problems with Chief Theel and his administration. Now, we have the recorded interviews of the minors, but the victim, after she was interviewed, the alleged victim, after she was interviewed, told the school district that she didn't tell the truth and that she wanted to talk to Officer Felton. Well, there's a whole history about Officer Felton and a bunch of write-ups that Officer Felton needs to stay away from the school in regard to the administration of Chief Theel and the way he wants to run the police department. He wants everything to go through dispatch. And you're going to see in the Stadelli report why the school district doesn't want that to occur. All right? Nevertheless, Chief Theel goes out there and interviews the girl a second time. That's fine, but we don't have that recording. We don't have that recording. Exhibit 3 is how we keep records in the police department, okay? We have to keep records of things, contemporaneous records, because people can come back on us and say we didn't do anything. Now remember, this is in 2020. He doesn't go on administrative leave till 2021. We don't have a report. We have the DCI report, but we don't have a report. We have his notes. We have the recordings. We have the instant messaging that DCI was able to get, but we don't have a report. And I really thought I'd see one in his exhibits, but there's not one. And if you look at Policy 3, official records shall be prepared and maintained to document every reported law enforcement activity originated by a citizen. In all circumstances, documentation shall be sufficient to record the circumstances and actions of the department members, like date and time of initial report, name if available of the citizens requesting the service or victims' complaints names, nature of the incident. We don't have anything like that. So what about that process? What about that process caused the school district not to be happy with the chief? Because the school district doesn't want to work with Chief Theel. So during that investigation of Officer 1, the Converse County School District had in place and still does have a policy, and it's School District Policy J. And the school district has legal custody of the students. I'm reading the policy. During the school day and during the hours of approved extracurricular activity. It's the responsibility of the school administration to make an effort to protect each student's rights with respect to interrogations by law enforcement officials. Therefore, except when a warrant is issued, no pupil may be questioned at school by law enforcement officers without the permission of a parent or guardian. The school district gets the report. Okay? They contact Chief Theel. He has a 5-page exhibit that's going to say the school district messed this whole investigation up and it's school district's fault. Now, maybe the school district should have contacted DCI and not contacted the sheriff's department, but he wanted everything to go through the Glen Rock Police Department. The school district contacts the Glen Rock Police Department when this issue occurs. The principal got the minor children together. The principal got the parents together in light of this policy, because the school district wanted to follow this policy. And then the interviews occurred at the school district. The victim, the next day or a couple days later, came to the principal's office and said, "I didn't tell the truth. I want to talk to somebody." She then stated she wanted to talk to Coulter Felton. It should be noted that in this case, Chief Theel would not let Coulter Felton conduct the interview. He's going to say that the reason he didn't do that is because there was too much animosity between this officer and Coulter Felton. That's why we don't do the investigations. We don't do the criminal investigations. Because people are accusing him of being too favorable to this officer. It's basic. When I got in the car accident out in the grocery store parking lot, we called the sheriff's department. You remember when I hit the police officer, backed into him? We called the sheriff's department. So she wanted to talk to somebody. The principal then contacted Coulter. The chief arrived instead of the Officer Felton. This time the minor's child was not in attendance. The principal told the chief, "You can't interview a student alone according to the above school district policy." The chief said, "I will take the child to the station." Okay? The chief was told to get an outside investigation. He didn't do that. The chief was told that we need to follow our school district policy. He has in his exhibits the Wyoming statute that he can take the child into custody and bring him down to the police station where a police officer was the alleged perpetrator. The school district ultimately allowed the interview. The school district's not happy about that. They think that's a complete disregard to the school district's rules and policies. Now, we're going to fast forward again. We're talking about the big subtopic here is we're talking about why the school district's not happy with the chief. Now let's fast forward to February 2021. Converse County School District Number 2 gets details regarding an alleged teacher having an inappropriate relationship with a student. The police were called. An officer from the Glen Rock Police Department arrived at the school. The principal asked the officer to do a welfare check on the student and teacher. Now, the teacher was in Casper. All it takes is the Glen Rock Police Department to call Casper to do a welfare check. The student was in the county, not in the town, and so the sheriff's department could have done that. Now, Principal Fritz could have made all those calls too. He wasn't thinking about that because he wanted help from the town of Glen Rock Police Department. Now, that welfare check never occurred. And I'm not saying the welfare check would have made a difference in the student attempt to commit suicide. I'm not saying that, but that's what happened, and the student ends up in WBI. That's not what happened. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that welfare check would have made a difference. I'm saying he doesn't listen, and then he can't understand why people don't want to work with him and don't want to deal with him. It's a management issue. It's a management problem. That's why I say there's tons of minutia. You can get way down into the weeds. His submission to you is 66 pages with 66 pages of exhibits. It's ginormous. There's a slide in there, a slideshow in his presentations about how to beat back a vote of no confidence. And one of the paragraphs talks about embracing the newspaper and have your voice heard in the paper. That's one of the exhibits. That's not what this is about. The superintendent of Converse County School District, he's had contacts with the chief over the years in the chief's position, and he's unwilling to use the Glen Rock Police Department if the chief were to remain in the position of chief of police. The superintendent feels that strongly the chief has no respect for the school district's policies, and I'm going to relate this to Section J, which is an exhibit in the materials. Section J talks about reporting abuse and neglect. The chief wants all abuse and neglect cases to go through the Glen Rock Police Department, even though that contradicts school board policy. School board policy says that in accordance with the reporting requirements of the Child Protection Act, any school employee suspects that a child's physical or mental health or welfare may be adversely affected by abuse or neglect shall report this to the principal or the principal's designee, who shall report that to the Department of Family Services. There's logic to that. You try to get DFS records. You're not going to get them. Police records, on the other hand, a little easier to get under the Public Records Act. Okay, so we've talked about that investigation. We've talked about the early complaints in that first year. Okay? Now let's talk about some of the employees, okay? And lots of this is found in the materials, but let's talk about one of the former employees. And this is a female employee, and she now works for the school district, but she started in June of 2017, and her last day was January of 2021. So she works before Chief Theel gets there, and then she works while Chief Theel's there. She was working the night shifts and didn't have a lot of contact with the chief. She rotated onto day shift for work days and then shifted back to nights. She would work with the chief and express that working with Chief Theel was horrible. She states, "He treated me and others horrible. He bullied people." As an example, former employee shared that once there were dogs in impound, she asked Chief Theel to go release the dogs for the owner, and Chief Theel wouldn't do it. Through dispatch, Coulter Felton agreed to release the dogs, and then Chief Theel became furious and began to slam doors. Chief Theel told another dispatcher that former employee 1 should be written up for insubordination. Theel made her cry on numerous occasions. Many times she'd go home and cry because of the way he treated her. The morale around the department was horrible because no one felt they could do anything right. Chief Theel, said to her, "Your performance has gone downhill, and if you keep this up, you will be suspended or terminated." This is an employee that started in 2017, before Chief Theel. That conversation was her only write-up, and it was for improperly cleaning dispatch. Chief Theel spoke to her so condescendingly that he would say, "Do you understand?" in such a slow and demeaning manner, making a pause after every word. "Do you understand?" That's what she's saying. When she had a question or made a mistake, the typical response from the chief would be, "Is this your first day shift?" This made her afraid to ask questions. She left due to Chief Theel making her feel as if she could not do anything right. One time he yelled at her in dispatch, screaming at her, slamming doors, because dispatch in Douglas had entered a wrong address. I want to talk a little bit about, and a lot of these are in your written material, or they're all in your written materials. But I want to talk about Officer Richard. Officer Richard has been an officer with the Glen Rock Police Department for about 18 months, probably about 2 years now. He started working for the Glen Rock Police Department back in October of 2019. He has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, and he was hired by Chief Theel with no prior experience. Since starting with the Glen Rock Police Department, he's worked with Chief Theel the whole time, and initially Laura Nolman was his field training officer. While working as an officer of the Glen Rock Police Department, Officer Richard would tell you that Chief David Theel told him not to speak with Coulter Felton. When Officer Richard had his first death call, he called Chief Theel for help to discuss the situation. Chief Theel was angry about Officer Richard calling him. Another time, Glen Rock Police Department bought new coats with grant money, and Officer Richard was still wearing his old coat, and Chief Theel unnecessarily criticized Officer Richard for wearing his old coat and not his new one. Chief Theel would often make fun of Officer Richard's reports. Chief Theel would criticize, belittle, and make fun of Officer Richard's reports in front of other staff officers. Chief Theel would often take Officer Richard's reports and red pen mark them. On various occasions, Dave Theel talked to Officer Richards about teaching driver's education because he didn't want him over at the school. And on multiple occasions, Theel would say, "I know how your master's degree people write, and I'm not impressed with your master's degree." On another occasion, Theel would belittle Officer Richard about his lack of knowledge regarding the law and how it was created. So he made Officer Richard watch Schoolhouse Rock video about how a bill is made. This was demeaning and embarrassing to Officer Richard. On multiple occasions, Officer Richards observed him be mean to other employees. He would pull Officer Richard into his office and say, "What don't you understand?" ridiculously slow and in a condescending tone. Chief Theel would always make references about his own superiority, suggesting he was smart because he was from Pima County, Arizona. Additionally, Chief Theel would make fun of Officer Richards for being Catholic. This made Officer Richards very uncomfortable. Officer Richards said the way David Theel teaches is to intentionally make someone feel stupid and then tell him what he thinks. The answer should be. Additionally, then Officer would ask David Theel questions, and David Theel would often respond, "I don't know, Jesse, you tell me." These experiences by the officer caused him to not ask for the chief's help. Chief Theel, according to Jesse Richards, said, made the working environment very uncomfortable for Richards and everyone else. And since he's been on administrative leave, Officer Richards has expressed that the work environment has changed and is a lot better. So read through each one of those in the presentation materials that I submitted to you. There's things in there in regard to community members too. One of the community members was a business owner here in town, and he was charged with a COVID-19 violation. He was charged by Coulter Felton, but he was instructed by Chief Theel to do the violation. This community member believed he was the only person charged with such a violation in Glen Rock. He retained an attorney at his expense, and he won at a bench trial in circuit court. Now, when you read the Stadelli report, right, when you read that report, Chief Theel always has a reason, always has an excuse, always has some statement of why it's not him. All right? It's never him. It's always somebody else. And when you read the Stadelli report, he goes, "Well, I guess I can't joke around with my staff." Well, that's not joking. Dusty Stoddard, she's worked for the town of Glen Rock since 2007. She has been a dispatcher, an officer, a clerk of court. She's the evidence technician. She graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 2015. She also believes that Chief Theel treats her a very condescending way, and here's her examples. He said numerous times, "Do you understand?" and "Do you know how to use Google?" in a very slow, condescending, and demeaning manner. At the time of the CAD switchover, he asked if she needed anything for the switchover, and she said, "You know, at my agency, the people there that did evidence were stupid, so I'm sure you can figure that out." That's what he said to her. He also told dispatchers, "Really, do you have all the? You guys really do have all the power, don't you?" Miss Stoddard recalls an instance, and not the only ones. I'm running out of time, so I'm paraphrasing. When Chief David Theel got everybody a gift card and a snack for their birthday, he got Miss Stoddard a card and said, "No stack for you because you're working on your weight." Coulter Felton in Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9 details over and over the write-ups. One of the write-ups is, this is Exhibit 8. On July 22nd, 2020, I was having a conversation with Sergeant Felton regarding the administration responsibilities of driver education program offered by the Glen Rock High School. These questions were being asked related to an email sent by the school district. As I asked the questions of Felton, I noted he became defensive in his answers. When I asked what the issue was, Felton responded, "I feel like you're asking these questions because you're trying to get the superintendent in trouble." This comment was made again in an insolent tone. Sergeant Felton was again admonished not to respond to my questions in an insolent manner, and then he was written up for that. Exhibit 9 outlines all of Sergeant Felton's concerns. Now, after I got the Stadelli report and recognized what Chief Theel would say about his behavior, and I knew that he wouldn't own up to his behavior. He wouldn't say, "Hey, look, I've made some mistakes. I want to take a different approach. I want to try this again. I want to reboot. I want to restart. I want to take a different approach. I recognize I got problems in my administration, and that I'm at least partially responsible for that." That's not in the Stadelli report. You're not going to see it. He recorded that, so you have the audio recording of it, and he also had it transcribed. So read some of the transcription. So, knowing that he wouldn't admit to those things, I reached out to some of the people he'd worked with in the past to find out if these similar kind of things happened there. The write-ups, the bullying, the condescending, demeaning behavior. And it did. Now, of course, he has disciplines on some of those people that he's provided in exhibits. No kidding. Because in that department that he worked at, nobody there got along. When your vetter, the person that vetted the chief, interviewed the first person, he recorded that conversation and said, "Don't hire this guy." There was so much animosity between the chief and that person that I listed him in my materials, but I didn't list him in my materials that I'm presenting to you. Because there was obvious there was so much tension between them. That's what he does. He creates that environment. Now, is it a hostile work environment that rises to a level of Title VII claim that he's discriminating against people because of their race, their religion, their sex, or their sexual origin? No. It doesn't rise to that level. It rises to a basic management level. When you're a manager, you got to make right calls. And the right call is what? You send out the investigation, and the right call is you don't make fun of people that work for you. Now, there's officers that had safety concerns in there. I'm not going to detail all of those, but I want to make sure that you look for those. Okay? Now, how did we get to the stipulation? I told you we got to the stipulation because it's a pre-termination hearing. Notice, opportunity to be heard. I have a legitimate cause, and you get terminated. But how is it that I get only 1 hour and he gets 2? Because he demanded that. That's how that happens. He demanded that. Because if you don't do it his way, you don't get to do it at all. Now, I'm going to wind up here, but in the materials that you review, and I think what you're going to hear from his counsel, is that he's basically done nothing wrong here. He's the smartest one. He's trying to change the department. He came here to update and change the department, and his department is resisting that. And that's a typical response when you come in from somewhere else and try to change everything. He's going to say that it's the school district's fault. He's going to say that it's the community's fault. He's going to say that it's everybody's fault but his own. He had to reach out to get Doug Frank to write a letter for him in support. That's one of his exhibits. Frank doesn't even live in this town. Doug Frank doesn't live in this town. And Doug Frank is the reason we're having a for-cause hearing here, because when he became mayor, he terminated all the department heads because they were all at-will employees. And then the council changed the statute to give us a for-cause hearing. That's why we're here. He hasn't worked with the man. He may have been part of the interview process, but he hasn't worked with them. Do your employees know you? Do you know your boss at work? There is so much volumes of information in this case that there's no way you guys can filter through all of it. There's no way you can filter through all of it. That's why I've made the cause basic and simple. The investigation is offensive, and should be, but the for cause is simple. He doesn't get along with people. He micromanages. He criticizes. He uses write-ups like a hammer. He can't get along with the people he's supposed to lead. That's not just the police department. That's the people in the community. That's the people in the school district. Guys, why wouldn't he want this investigation to go out? Get this off my plate so that I can't be blamed and I can't be responsible. You can't accuse me of not doing a good job if I farm this investigation out. Now let's think about this. I'm out of minutes. He goes on administrative leave February 16th, 2021. All right? From that day forward, how many problems have you faced with the police department? Count them. 0. February 16th, 2021, he goes out on administrative leave. How many problems have you had with the school district? Count them. 0. But in that time period, have we had problems with Chief David Theel? Yeah. He served a public records request on you. He used to be a head of the public records at Pima County, Arizona. He knows exactly how to operate it. He served a public records request on you that if you'd actually answered it, and we started to answer it until his counsel pulled it back, but if you'd actually answered it, it would cost the town $20,000, $16,000 to $20,000 to answer. His requests were so large. You haven't had any problems with the school district. You haven't had any problems with the police department. In fact, in the materials, you're going to find that the police department's pretty satisfied with the way things are going. So this is how it works. You're either going to get a police department with no chief, or you're going to get a chief with no police department. And all of that's because of his management. And as a leader, he's had 2 years to get this together and make it work. And it hasn't. Thank you.
Are there any questions, starting with the mayor, for Mr. Silva? Councilwoman, I apologize. That's fine. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Not at this time.
I'm good for right now.
Okay. Councilmember Moulton? Okay. I don't believe we have any questions for you, Mr. Silva. I'm going to suggest that we take a quick 5-10 minute break, we'll say, to allow everyone to use the restroom and stretch their legs, and then we'll reconvene at 10:40. So we're adjourned for now. Okay. Oh, it could have been way worse. Yeah.
Hungry, huh? I didn't eat breakfast. I need to go to the store and get me a donut.
I was careful, Lee, because I had a growly stomach. So I thought I better be really careful. But I didn't like it.
It's kind of chilly up here.
Cold, warm.
Oh.
Are you frozen yet, Boots? What's that? Are you frozen yet? I wore a sweatshirt. It's really chilly. And my nose is going running. This is really sad. There we go. I always squeeze it. It doesn't matter what I do, they never open anyway. Just call it old age arthritis, you've got it covered. I tried to trick my great grandkids before tap water in these. Did they tell? Oh, they could tell right away. You're kidding, really? Oh, yeah. Grandma, that's bad. Yes. They could tell the difference. Oh, yes. In the taste of the water. They could tell the difference between Champagne brand ice cream and milk. I think that's interesting. They're pretty spoiled. That's okay, Boots. Oh, yeah. That's like my father said, they'll outgrow us. That's right. They do, and after a while, it's like, no more grandma and grandpa come around. And so you need to enjoy the memories and the time together. Yep, that's all we're making is memories, I guess. That's right. Why has your husband been there so long? Has he been there? Yeah, he's doing pretty good. It's cold in here. Or is it just me? No, my hand was cold. That's why I can't put my hand. So you brought me my gloves. I forgot to bring my mittens with me. I should go pee, but everybody's in bathrooms. Yeah, they'll be lying from here until. So. Got my mask hanging on my ear. Oh, you brought your mask, but I forgot my mittens. It is chilly in here. Oh gosh, I should say so. I think I'm not right now. Is there one back here? Yeah. It's even fuller. Fuller. Yeah. Good luck, Boots. Okay.
He didn't really give me. He didn't really.
That's all they call me. Well, he just said it looks like him. Yeah, I do the same thing. Play basketball. Always stretching up, down, and then on top of me, and I just landed in a push-up position. And I didn't feel it for days, and it swelled up. Pretty rough arthritis in there is so bad as destroyed these joints and improved that. And that's probably what the broken bones have got. One tendon and improved that. I was more worried about the tendon than the 60 questioners in that thing. Now I'm not bad. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've had more surgery since I turned 55 than I did up until then.
got my hand warmer. Cold is just arthritis.
Yeah, I do.
And you ever use the hand warmers they make?
What's that?
Those hand warmers that are there?
Yeah, those ones, those packets, you
Yeah, those are
snap
packets.
them, slip them in your gloves. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're very effective.
Carry some in my,
48 hours later, just.
Yeah, and then that's the worst thing. I do that sometimes where I do like a big lunch and then have to drive somewhere.
totally chilled down, break those and stick it in your
And then they
get them warmed up.
I never thought about that.
Person that started hypothermia,
Stick on your arms.
stick them in their groin, stick in their
And
armpits.
they'll get blood sugar.
It starts warming things up slowly.
Fast.
All right. If everyone up here is ready, and Mr. Homar, Ms. Shea, if you're ready to begin your presentation on behalf of Chief Theel, the floor is yours. You'll have 2 hours.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Just housekeeping matters, and to let you know, you all know, the bulk of the time will be taken by Chief Theel to respond to the allegations. We're going to leave about 20 minutes at the end for me and Ms. Shea to give our thoughts on the matter and make argument at that time.
All right, Chief Theel, whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, hearing examiner, governing board, counsel for the town. My name is David Theel. I'm the chief of the police for the town of Glen Rock. September 11, 2001, our world changed for forever with some terrorist attacks. And since that time, we've learned a lot about the impact of trauma on our military personnel and our first responders. And one of the things we struggle with today is not just the physical trauma that our military personnel and first responders struggle with and suffer from, but also the mental trauma. And in recognition of the service of Lieutenant Dan Dundas to the Casper Police Department and his memorial service today, I'd like us to take a moment of silence in recognition of the service of our military personnel, those who have suffered from the physical trauma and the mental trauma as well. Thank you. I'm going to lay out some groundwork. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to lay out kind of a path of where I'm going. Talk to the governing board about why I asked for this public hearing. And I have a request for you. And I'm going to address some of the concerns brought forth by Mr. Silva, and then I have some additional points I would like to make with the council. I had asked for the public hearing to have the opportunity to have an open dialogue with you, the governing board, which, as Mr. Silva stated, I serve at the pleasure of. Since this process started, I've had zero opportunity to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with you who are essentially my bosses and are to give me direction on doing my job. So now we find ourselves with trying to address a very convoluted and interwoven situation and try to make sense of it and find a pathway forward for all of us, and most importantly, a pathway forward for the town of Glen Rock. I asked for the hearing because truth is important. It is important for the community that we serve to have knowledge of the facts and not rely upon gossip and rumor. I saw a posting recently that says the truth does not mind being questioned, a lie does not like being challenged. So I'm here today to seek truth. And if you have a question about whether I'm being truthful or not, let me assure you that I have no problems being examined by a polygraph examiner on any of these matters of facts. We need to recognize the fact that the truth has warts, and none of us will like all of the truth. At times there might be things said that are uncomfortable for all of us, but again, we need to seek the truth. We need to make sure that you, the council, who has the important decisions ahead of you, have the information to make a proper decision. Hearing is important also because I believe in accountability. There needs to be accountability of our local officials, including myself. I'm not trying to hide anything. That's why I asked for the public hearing. I'm more than willing to discuss administration and decision-making processes and the difficulties of managing the human factor. But let me assure you, I want to go back to work. I want to fix what is wrong. I want to serve the town of Glen Rock, and I want you, the council, to have faith in me, and I want the public and our citizens of our town to have faith in me as I return to work. The request I have for you is to please ask questions. I know that you did not have any questions for Mr. Silva, but I encourage you to ask questions. As Mr. Silva said, there's a lot of minutia and a lot of information provided to you. Please ask questions. If something is not clear, do not assume. Ask a clarifying question. As I stated, there is a lot of information, and that's because there is so much information provided by the council. And I tried to create a record for you so that you have something to refer back to and consider as you look at this situation. Finally, this is an opportunity for you, the council, to hear directly from me and not filtered through others' lens or biases. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to address some of the issues brought forth by Mr. Silva, and then I will go to my prepared remarks. Mr. Silva spoke about the stipulation about how we got here, and the fact that as Mr. Silva said, he stated that I have frequently or repeatedly asked for a public hearing. I will point out to the council that I asked for it twice, first on March 22nd, and then later May 10th, I made sure in a council meeting again that I asked for a public hearing. Mr. Silva decided that it needed to be a full-blown evidentiary process. When I asked for a hearing, again, I was looking for an open, meaningful dialogue between me and the council to discuss management decisions and why I did what I did. One of the themes you heard from Mr. Silva is the fact that everything is done my way, and that even the stipulation that we came to about how this process was going to proceed was my way. In fact, he pointed out that there was 1 hour for him and 2 hours for me, because this is my opportunity to speak to you. Mr. Silva's had plenty of time. There have been executive sessions where he's had an opportunity to speak with you. This is my one chance to speak with you. And it's also important to point out that in the negotiation period of coming to an agreement on how to proceed with this hearing, at one point in time during the negotiations, the hearing examiner considered that Mr. Silva would get a half day to present his case, and I would have all the time I required to present my case. So I believe that the 1 hour and 2 hour is more than appropriate, considering the fact that the hearing examiner was considering that I would have all the time I requested. One of the points that Mr. Silva consistently came back to is, what don't you understand? One of the things that I've learned about myself is that I often think that people know the same information that I have. I jump to a conclusion, and when I provide information or direction, I provide direction assuming facts that the other person may not have. And in doing so, I do not communicate effectively. I will tell you right now, I will ask people, what don't you understand? I try to read body language, see how the information is being received. What don't you understand? Am I making sense to you? Am I telling you something that doesn't make sense? I readily admit that I use those phrases, but it's not to belittle, demean, or be condescending. It's a recognition of the fact that I know that I don't do a good job of communicating sometimes, and I want to make sure that the information is provided appropriately. Mr. Silva brought forth an investigation involving who he referred to as Officer 1. He referenced personal issues that Officer 1 had that were known in the community before I got here. Mr. Silva is trying to allege that just because I arrived as chief of police, I should suddenly have some sort of magic power to make all of those problems go away. Well, how long did Officer 1 work here, and how long did those issues exist before I got here, and why weren't they handled beforehand? There's an investigative report alleging some type of misconduct by Officer 1 in the chief's office, and that nothing was substantiated and no action was taken on that. When a problem was brought to me, that matter was investigated, and yes, that officer was allowed to resign in lieu of termination. To think that he was allowed to resign and there was not going to be a termination is false. He either resigned or he was going to be terminated. I accepted the resignation in lieu of termination. That is a simple risk management tool. He's choosing his own path. Pursuing termination has a lot of legal standards to meet and creates potential liability for the town. Risk management. He could resign instead of being fired. Simple as that. I am concerned with some of the facts that have been brought forth today on that investigation. Primarily, the fact that this minor involved in this incident with Officer 1 is being used as a weapon against me. I agreed to the stipulation that some of this information would be considered in executive session in an attempt to try and protect some of this sensitive information. Mr. Silva has even said that he is trying to protect, he likes the idea of this type of hearing because he's trying to protect minors and other sensitive information. But yet, that student that was involved in that situation is being re-victimized yet again. First of all, I want to point out that there is some inaccuracies in how that the investigation started. The investigation started at the high school because the high school principal heard rumors from students. A teacher had come to him about rumors being perpetuated by the students. The high school principal then interviewed a series of students and then brought all of those students together and had a session about how it was inappropriate to gossip and rumor about one another. And that group session involved Officer 1's daughter and the student involved with Officer 1. It wasn't until later that another student that the principal just chose to believe stated, hey, I think there is a problem, that at that point the school district came to me. It did not occur as Mr. Silva alleged. Mr. Silva referenced in an email that said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. These aren't the droids you're looking for. No, what that email said was, do not speculate on what's going on, and please do not discuss it. It is much like the emails that were sent out by police department supervisors when I was placed on administrative leave. Don't talk about it. It's inappropriate for our department members to continue to discuss incidents and information that is sensitive and close held and should not be discussed. There was never an attempt to try and portray it as, don't worry about it, there's nothing here to see. I'll tell you right now, I wish we could have a more open conversation about what occurred and how it occurred. I wish we could have done that at the time. We could have allayed a lot of these concerns had we been able to. But some of these matters are supposed to be held confidential, and that's what I was trying to do. It's inappropriate for me to be discussing those matters with subordinates of the department. Furthermore, at one point in time, you all, the governing board, were briefed on that situation. And when you were briefed, did it happen in open session? No, it was back in executive session because it was a confidential matter. Mr. Silva talked a lot about the interview with the one student and her mother. And he readily admits that there are evidentiary issues in overcoming that complaint. Let me make it abundantly clear to you. I made decisions, we can discuss these further, but it was based upon what the student that was directly involved in this said to me. That student adamantly denied anything of a nature that would have been a criminal act. And from what I've learned, and I've provided you documents and the exhibits, it is the victim's story to tell. It's not for me to force an alleged victim to disclose something, especially of that nature. It is not for the parents. It's not for the school district. It's not for her friends to force her to tell anything. That's a story for the victim to tell when they are ready to tell it. And I told that student, I told the mother, and I told the student and the mother together that when she's ready to tell more of a story, I will readily facilitate that student speaking with the appropriate people to tell her story. Up until then, she adamantly denied anything of a criminal act. I made a decision. Contrary to what you may believe, I won't own up to things. I made a decision to proceed in a manner that would protect that student and act what I believed was in the best issues of that family. Mr. Silva referenced a letter from Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank has some very important information related to that incident, and I strongly encourage you to review Mr. Frank's letter and learn more about that. Mr. Silva spoke about violating department rules. I've provided you information on that, and also I've provided you information about how that policy that he quoted has specific conflicts in that policy, and it needs to be addressed. Mr. Silva referenced that the county attorney and an investigator came to Glenrock. One of the things I want you to make sure you listen for is the things that are inaccurate and not true. No, the county attorney and an investigator did not come to a Glenrock. I had a phone call with him. I provide details in the written response about that phone call. He did not appear here in person. And yes, I did say to the deputy county attorney, "You're not my boss." And in fact, I did relay that story to Ms. Iberlin, and she agreed with me. I do not work for the county attorney's office. And that also is in the information. One of the other things that Mr. Silva told you was that I turned over the phones of the perpetrator and the student. That is inaccurate. The mother turned over the student's phone, and at the direction of the town attorneys, I contacted DCI, turned the phone over to them for it to be downloaded. One of the issues that Mr. Silva brings forward is we don't have a report. We have recordings. A report was completed. A report was done. And a flash drive with all of the recordings was made. That report and the flash drive were sealed up in a manila envelope. It was sealed and initialed by me with the words to be only opened at the direction of the chief of police. It was provided to the town clerk to be placed in a secure area and not publicly available. If that document, that envelope cannot be found, those reports can be created. I have the documentation that that can be reprinted because that report was provided to the Wyoming Peace Officer Standards and Training, and they have a copy of that report as well. So that report exists. It's just been sealed and stored. One of the other items is Mr. Silva talks about how to beat back a vote of no confidence. The whole document is there provided for you. I encourage you to take a look at it. It provides some good information for you as a council in moving forward. And I collected that document to provide you as a means of information on how we move forward collectively in this situation. There was a story that Mr. Silva told when he was talking about some of the comments by employees reference Officer 1 and public displays of affection and a complaint by a community member. Yep, that occurred. Community member came to me, complained about public displays of affection by that officer in uniform. I spoke with that officer. I followed up with him. I confronted him about the information that was brought to me. I explained to him how and why that this was an issue and what he needed to do to fix it. He denied that there was anything inappropriate. The community member did not provide me any detailed information that I could pursue it any further. What I did require of Officer 1 was for him to start maintaining a log of his time spent at his girlfriend's place of work, so that if there was a future complaint, he had something that he could refer back to. After that occurred, I called the mayor. I told the mayor about that complaint. And the mayor said, "Sounds like it's handled." And then he made a derogatory comment about that community member. It was handled. I know it was handled by the officer too, because after that officer resigned and I was cleaning out his desk and looking at his materials, I found a spreadsheet that he had started keeping a log of the time he spent at his girlfriend's work. The issue was addressed. It was handled with that person and done with. Just because that employee who complained about it doesn't know how it was handled does not mean it was not handled. And yes, I will readily admit to you, I did equate him getting a chaste kiss from his girlfriend while in uniform to the same as me getting a kiss from my girlfriend. Or my girlfriend. That was stupid. I apologize. I apologize. Yeah, we'll talk later. Sorry about that. Yep, I did it. I said that. It was an example of we live in a slightly different society than we did 60, 70, 80 years ago. Relationships are different today. People have different types of committed relationships. It's not for me to decide whether it's appropriate for a wife to give an officer a chaste kiss or a girlfriend to give an officer or a boyfriend to give an officer a chaste kiss. I was just trying to equate it as, hey, if this is okay, maybe this is okay. It was not to degrade or belittle or look down on that community member's complaint. It was just as an example. So, I'm going to move into some of my prepared remarks. First of all, I have concerns about investigations. Let me back up. So one of the important issues in this, as the hearing examiner talked to you, she gave you a definition of cause. And part of cause is the fact that cause cannot be considered pretextual. So what does pretextual mean? Pretextual is evidence that the employer's stated reason for the adverse employment action is false. The employer acted contrary to a written policy. The employer acted contrary to unwritten policy or practice. And pretext can also be shown by revealing such weaknesses, implausibilities, inconsistencies, incoherencies, or contradictions in the employer's proffered legitimate reasons for its action that a reasonable fact finder could rationally find them unworthy of credence. I will tell you right now that there are many, many instances in my written documentation where the fact basis is inaccurate. Please consider that. As I said, what is important to me is seeking the truth. Look for the areas where there is an inaccurate fact basis provided by the town. And if it's not clear, please ask the questions. So one of the things that Mr. Silva referred to was investigations. What is an investigation? It's a fact-finding mission. It includes interviews of relevant parties, review of relevant documentation, factual reporting, and consideration of applicable policy, regulations, ordinance, and law. And it should be unbiased. Investigators should be an unbiased fact finder. I think it's important to know what attorneys are taught, because attorneys were involved in investigations. Attorneys are taught to review the complaint. They should review policies, procedures, and applicable laws. They can be internal or external, done by an internal employee or an outside attorney. They should assess credibility. They require neutrality, confidentiality, and boundaries. And one of the important things is the fact finder should concern themselves with how the entity wants the report relayed to them. This is all information taken from presentation slides from a workplace investigations presentation that was recently done at this year's Wyoming Bar Association conference. Should also be considered the fact that some of the videos used in that presentation included videos from Saturday Night Live, Parks and Recreation, The Office, and there was even a meme using Toy Story characters in that. And I think you'll see where we're going with that. And the reason this is important is because I have concerns about the report and the investigation done by Ms. Tadelli. Ms. Tadelli was the presenter of that presentation I'm talking about that requires the policies, procedures, and applicable laws should be followed. When you read Ms. Tadelli's report, you will read in there that she did not consider any town policy because it was not provided to her. She did not consider any police department policy. She did not consider any policy or town ordinance because she says it was not provided to her. It's also important that investigators be qualified. When the town started this process, Mr. Silva relayed an email that said Ms. Dedelli was qualified because she has a brother who works for the Casper Police Department. Ms. Dedelli points out in her report that she does not have the appropriate training, knowledge, or experience to comment on criminal investigations. I think you'll also find that the report would indicate that she does not have any experience or knowledge in law enforcement administration either. One of the things that I'm familiar with when it comes to administrative investigations is that a true independent outside investigator should look at an issue holistically, and it should consider all issues. I think what you'll find when you consider the documentation I've provided for you and the report that has been done, the report was directly pointed at me and did not consider any of the information I provided that there were other issues that needed to be addressed. I'm concerned with the multiple investigations that have occurred. There was a document that Mr. Silva referred to from February of 2020. I was unaware of it, and I don't know that you, the governing board, was aware of the fact that the town had contracted with an attorney to conduct an investigation into how I handled the Officer 1 matter. And I think if you read that report, I was never interviewed on that. I had no input, could not explain, could not respond to it until today. I'm not sure if you guys were aware of it. But I will say this. What you will see is that there were complaints about Officer 1. I addressed complaints. That officer no longer works for the department. A complaint was made to the Wyoming Peace Officers Standards and Training Board. I'll refer to them as POST. A hearing was held to revoke Officer 1's peace officer certification. He did not contest that, and his peace officer status has been revoked. Wyoming reports to a national database, and if any future law enforcement agency that he may apply to checks that database, they will find that his peace officer status has been revoked. His ability to get a job as a peace officer anywhere in the United States, while it is possible somebody could hire him, it has been definitely significantly restricted from him ever being hired as an officer again. There were 2 investigations done by Ms. Dedelli into the incident in February of 2021, regarding an incident at the school. Then alleged HR complaints and the no confidence letter that was provided to you, the council. And then following that, the town engaged Sergeant Felton and a private investigator by the name of Aaron Shadow to continue to investigate me. That investigation included questioning post office employees how often I collect my mail and what do I say when I'm in the post office. I am not sure what mail has to do, my personal mail has to do with my employment, but that is the level that we have come to. I get the fact that the mayor does not want me to be the police chief. I understand that. The mayor has a pattern going after people that he doesn't like. We've lost 2 building inspectors, Casey Drummond and Scott Gilbert, and a police chief because the mayor did not like them. There's articles that Chief Hurd left because he knew that he was going to have problems working for Mayor Ramel. I'm not challenging the mayor on that. I'm just stating the facts. Furthermore, there have been multiple comments by Mr. Silva that I should resign. I have an email that says the only way out for me is to just resign. It seems to me that the mayor through council has decided what the decision should be for all of you, and we shouldn't even be here today. I'm concerned about retaliation because I held employees accountable. I pointed out performance weaknesses. I created an evaluation that Mr. Silva says was absolutely fine for Sergeant Felton. And the mayor and Mr. Felton did not like it. I'm being retaliated against for doing my job. Let's move on to some of the other prepared remarks I have based upon the documentation provided by the town. Reference the Officer 1 investigation. I agree completely with Mr. Silva that the comments made by the one parent and their student, that alleged information from the involved student, there is significant evidentiary issues with that information. And when the student involved adamantly denied it, it makes it difficult to pursue any kind of criminal investigation. And I'm going to go back to what I said before. The family knows how to pursue this should they want to. When that person is ready to tell a story, then we honor that person, let them tell the story in the way they want to. And I will stick to that. Let's move on to how we got to where we're at right now. February 9th, we received a call from the school about a possible inappropriate relationship with a student and a teacher. An officer took that report, briefed me on it, and I assigned a sergeant, Sergeant Tesdall, to investigate. One of the things I said to him was, we need to get an interview with the student as soon as possible. I'd like to participate in that interview. I had spoken with that student many times, had developed a rapport with that student, and felt comfortable with that student and felt like we would have a good interview if I could participate in that interview with them. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get that student interviewed right away, and some other circumstances occurred, which I will get to. Fast forward a week. I was on approved leave time, out of town, enjoying some vacation time. I get a phone call from dispatch saying I need to call the mayor right away. I contacted the mayor. I had a 2-minute phone call with him, was not allowed, not given the professional courtesy that I am due pursuant to the Code of Conduct for Elected Officials. It's Resolution 2017-023. I think I've provided for you in the written documents. I had a 2-minute phone call and was not allowed to present any information as to what was occurring with that investigation. I was simply told that I was being placed on administrative leave and that there would be an outside investigation. I did ask that you, the council, be informed of that decision. What you will find when you read Ms. Tadelli's report on this situation was that there was no failure to investigate on my part, there was no hindrance or impairment of an investigation on my part, and that the matter was in fact assigned for investigation. There were circumstances which delayed getting that investigation done with just in a handful of days, but those were circumstances that were due to health reasons for one of the involved parties. There is a comment to Ms. Tadelli's report that there was little or no reason for the mayor to place me on admin leave. I think this is something we could have avoided had we had a conversation and talked about this a long time ago. On the day that the first investigation came in, I knew it was important to the school district. To say that I don't want to work with the school district, why would I proactively call the school district to coordinate and ensure that they were aware that we were following up on the matter? There are other situations and statements in that report that I am concerned with, including a violation of Fourth Amendment rights of the student involved by seizing her cellular phone, which is in violation of our constitutional rights and the tenets of the Wyoming Victim Bill of Rights. Ms. Tadelli recommends that social media account holds and coordination with the proper jurisdictional agency should have been done. Ms. Tadelli made these conclusions based upon my professional opinions after I was able to review the entire Glen Rock Police Department reports. I had not been able to review them until my first interview with Ms. Tadelli on March 17th. I had read a couple of the, one or two of the reports, but not all of the reports prior to being placed on administrative leave. When I was interviewed with her, when I interviewed with Ms. Tadelli, I reviewed all of the reports, and she had those reports because I insisted they be provided to her. She had not been provided any of the department reports prior to the day she interviewed me on March 17th. Yet she had already interviewed multiple police department employees and school district employees, and she had not even read our reports yet. Ms. Tadelli claims that in her report that there was a perception of a lack of investigation. Who created that perception? It wasn't me. The matter was being investigated and being followed up on. I'm going to speak to the check welfare issue that Mr. Silva brought up. Please read that section carefully in Ms. Tadelli's report. It will show that there is a conflict. The school district employees are claiming that a welfare check was requested for both the teacher and the student, and the police department employee says it was just for the teacher. Let me tell you how I view these things. It requires some sort of information for there to be a government intrusion on our lives. That is good constitutional policing. The police do not engage in just messing with people's lives just because somebody else asked them. There needs to be a reason, fact basis for us to involve ourselves in somebody else's life. Based upon the information I received after the fact, I do not see that there was a reason for government intrusion. As far as the student goes, the student's parents were well aware of what had occurred with the student, and the student was home with a parent when their mental health status started declining. One of the documents I have provided for you is a summary report of an interview with that student's mother, and provides some important details about what occurred and why it occurred, to include the mother blaming some of the school district actions on causing the student's mental health to spiral. So, there was a problem. Yes, that student went to the hospital. Yes, that was the delay in the investigation. There was no not wanting to investigate. I wanted it investigated. I wanted to be able to follow up with the student. I wanted to help because I felt like I would help get that student to talk. Other situations delayed that. I think it's important to note at this point that Mr. Silva is serving in two capacities. He is the school district attorney, and he is the attorney for the town as well. So please remember, when he's speaking as the town attorney, directing negative comments towards me regarding the school district, he is also proactively representing the school district in this matter. I am concerned about the fact that we would even consider somebody saying that, well, if he returns to work, I am not going to work with them. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because if there is a problem, we need to address it collectively, professionally, respectfully, and that's what I want to do. There's a claim that I did not follow their policy regarding the interview of students, specifically back to the Officer 1 matter. Let me tell you what happened. Yes, I got a call from Sergeant Felton that this student was there and that she says that she had lied and wanted to tell the story. I had told the school district principal, the school district superintendent, that if there was anything that came up on this matter, to direct it to me. Do not call other police department members. It was inappropriate for peers to be involved in this matter. I was very surprised when I had the phone call from Sergeant Felton that he was received the phone call from the principal at the high school. I told Sergeant Felton to not respond. I would take care of it. I went to the school. I met with Principal Fritz. The student was there in his office. Principal Fritz said, I've not gotten a hold of the mother yet. Well, if you're familiar with Principal Fritz's office, a lot of glass, a lot of people going around. I asked, could we go somewhere else so we weren't sitting in literally a fishbowl? So we moved into the teacher lounge area. While we were in the teacher lounge, the principal was able to get the student's mother on the telephone, on his cellular phone. She was put on speakerphone. Principal Fritz asked her if it was okay for the student to speak with me without her there. The mother gave consent for the student to speak with me. It did not violate the school policy. We had consent from the parent. Now, the statement about I would remove her came about after the fact that after I started speaking with the student, the principal came back into the room. And he stated, my boss says I have to be here. And both the student and I said no. And it stands out to me because the student was very emphatic about saying no to the principal. I did say that if it was inappropriate, they felt uncomfortable about it, I would contact the mother and ask if I could move her to the police department or somewhere else to facilitate the interview. Principal said, nope, not a problem, and stepped out. I respected the policy. The parent gave consent. Mr. Silva also alludes to issues with how incidents are reported by the school district. It is best practices for anybody to contact a dispatch center to report an incident that requires law enforcement services. When that happens, especially using the software we use, there are timestamps created, information is entered into our database, we have a record of who's calling, what number they're calling from, and other information that we can start our incident report from. This practice that the school district had become accustomed to was contacting Sergeant Felton directly. Sergeant Felton is not always on duty. It creates a delayed response. It also creates an onus on the department to allow him to be the one point of contact. And I will tell you right now, I said to Sergeant Felton and to the school district, I truly appreciate the relationship that Sergeant Felton has developed with the school district and how comfortable they feel in working with him. However, excluding all the other department members creates a situation where we may engage in biased policing, because Mr. Felton does receive monetary compensation for the school district for teaching driver's ed. His wife is also an employee of the school district. And the superintendent in his documentation said he feels comfortable with Sergeant Felton over me because Sergeant Felton has children in the school. Is that biased? Should I have a biased attitude towards me because I don't have any small children anymore? It is proper police procedure for people to call and not be allowed to pick and choose what officer responds. We don't allow others to pick and choose what officer responds. We have the officer on duty respond. Let's move on to the no confidence document. You guys have already, the council have already seen it, and it's been alluded to. Some of the comments was derogatory name calling that I was not provided any evidence of. There is a claim of unequal treatment of employees that I feel is groundless, and I provided you information on that. There's an accusation that I texted on my cell phone while driving the car. I did it. Mr. Silva didn't tell you that. I admitted to it. Yep, I've done it. We've already touched on the fact that there's a conflict in the rules regarding the internal affairs investigations. I do not discuss personnel matters with others. There's a couple of complaints about officer safety, one of which is the training of a new employee. Last year, I hired a new sergeant for the department. He came from a larger police agency in Missouri where he was a captain in a fairly decent-sized, very active police department that is a municipality outside of St. Louis. 14-year veteran. When it came time to him to get some training and orientation for the department, I, as the executive leader, made a decision that I felt that I was entitled to, that this new sergeant did not need to go through the entire 12-week field training program like we would do with a brand new officer, like we did with Officer Richard. That was based upon my assessment of the new employee's prior training and experience and knowledge. So, again, do I own up to the decisions I make? Yes, I made that decision. I thought that was appropriate. I understand that not everybody agreed with that decision, but I made the decision. There was also a concern about officer safety because of how I directed the dispatch supervisor and what we were going to allow our officers to do regarding the use of the new computer system. I said it was okay in certain situations for the employees, the officers, to update their status on the computer. That's what the system is designed to. They didn't need to always come up on the radio and do that. Agencies across the country use that same system. I was told by the dispatch supervisor that it created an officer safety issue because the dispatchers are not always looking at the computer screen, that other people could come in. Yes, it's absolutely possible. You can go up to the window pretty much 24/7 and have access to an officer or to a dispatcher. But it does not also consider the fact that as long as these actions didn't interfere with their duties, our dispatchers were allowed to conduct coursework while on duty, college coursework. If you'll remember, back in January of this year, I praised our staff who had completed several college courses and the high grades that they had received. Some of them were allowed to conduct that coursework while on duty. There's not always something to do. I get that. I'd rather have them doing something proactive. We should also consider, as long as it didn't interfere, dispatchers who weren't doing coursework have been allowed to read, scroll social media, take personal phone calls, and the like, as long as it doesn't interfere with their duties. So to say that they do not have time to look at a computer screen is inaccurate. One of the issues was that Ms. Tadelli said there was condescending emails. She did not provide any documentation of that. There was no documentation provided to me. about criticizing employees in front of subordinates. One of the issues on the no confidence letter is that I'm a narcissist. Display characteristics of a narcissist. Find it interesting that it's really not addressed in the report, but Ms. Tadelli said to me in my interview, and you have the recording and the transcription of it as well, that she doesn't even think the employees looked up the word narcissist. Another issue was whether I was appropriately CPR trained or not. I received CPR training in 1992 when I attended the academy. I've gone through biannual recertification training ever since then. In fact, I had my recertification training at the beginning of 2019, just before I joined the Glen Rock Police Department. I met all requirements required by Wyoming Post for my temporary certification, and I currently possess a professional peace officer's certification in the state of Wyoming. There's an allegation that I did not meet the requirements, but yet if I have these certifications, how did I not meet these requirements? I've provided those documents that show you what the requirements are as well. Another complaint was the prolonged hiring process involving a sergeant and a dispatcher. The dispatcher was having problems with getting a member of the town who conducts polygraph exams to return my phone call. I waited more than 2 weeks for a return phone call so we could set up a polygraph. We hired the new sergeant in the midst of a pandemic, and I'll tell all of you right now, I think I even related to you at a council meeting, that he was the third on the list. The first two had issues come up in their background investigations that precluded them from being hired. So yes, it took time. There was a complaint about not taking care of equipment. One of the complaints was that I said that a set of tires could wait to be replaced. I looked at the tires, I assessed them, I decided that they could wait until their next regularly scheduled service. Please be aware that the fleet, when I inherited, was not in good shape. We went through a lot of expensive repairs the first full year I was here. In fact, last year we had to replace an engine in Sergeant Felton's car, and I attribute some of these concerns and issues to the fact that we did not obtain proper preventive maintenance along the ways. We've been getting preventive maintenance done based upon miles driven, and we needed to change to hours operated. We have a police department vehicle that, when at the time I did the assessment, had the equivalent hours on the engine of 100,000 miles. And it only had received 4 preventive maintenance services: oil change, lube, tire rotation, etc. 100,000 miles. How many of you would allow your car to go 25,000 miles in between services? That was part of our problem. We fixed it and we changed the way we did business. There's concern about being dismissive to community members. One of the issues brought forth was the one community member that received a citation for violation of public health orders due to the pandemic. Let me tell you what happened. We received one complaint that business owner was violating the health protocols. That first complaint came from Mayor Ramel, and it was investigated. We got a second complaint. That second complaint came from Commissioner Robert Short, and it was investigated. The third complaint was observed directly by me. After the third event, the documentation from all 3 events were sent to the county attorney's office, and the county attorney's office made the decision to pursue a prosecution. I received an email from the county attorney's office to issue a citation. I directed Sergeant Felton to go issue the citation. The decision to pursue that prosecution was from the county attorney's office, and I'm telling you right now, I was very much surprised that they had made that decision. I'm concerned about this no confidence letter because of the fact that I have had community members come to me that say that they've had department members in confidence express that they felt compelled to sign that document in fear of retaliation or future negative action against them if they did not sign that document. Let me put the retaliation issue to bed for all of you. I'm not going to retaliate against anybody. I think that is inappropriate and is wrong. In fact, Clerk Taylor, almost 2 years ago now, was working on rewriting the town personnel policies. And one of the issues I brought forth that I thought we needed to change in our personnel policies was to ensure a second level of review, much like we're doing here today. Before you take a negative action on an employee, you need to have a pre-action meeting, a Loudermill meeting. It's based upon a Supreme Court ruling. The employee needs to have a chance to be heard. the person making the decision needs to take into whatever consideration additional information that that employee has to bring forward. They can say that there's been a misuse of or misapplication of policy. They can also bring in any concerns of disparate treatment compared to others. There needs to be an additional level there. I wanted to have something put into the policy to ensure that our employees were protected. If we're going to go around running and retaliating and taking negative actions against an employee, why would I want to have that policy in there? And I provided the document that I prepared the notes on when Ms. Taylor was working on that. Speak to the former employees. Ms. Ash, I apologize for interrupting, but I want to make sure I manage my time appropriately. When did my 2 hours run?
You run at 12:44. So you still have over an hour left.
Okay, thank you very much. Speak about the former employees. The one former employee was a dispatcher, and the claim is that she left because of me. Prior to my arrival, she was already engaged in college coursework to become a teacher. When I arrived here, I was told that eventually we would lose her because she wanted to pursue a teaching profession. The claim that she left because of me is inaccurate. She was able to obtain her professional goal of becoming a teacher. There's a claim that I brought up all these performance issues. I admit, yep, there was an issue about her and the dog release. Let me tell you what happened there. I was working on something. I walked into dispatch to get something off of the copier. This dispatcher asked me to go release some dogs. I looked at my watch, saw it was 15 minutes before the animal control officer was going to come back from his lunch break, and I said, it can wait 15 minutes until the animal control officer is back on duty. Dispatch him to handle it. And I left. And then a few minutes later, I hear Sergeant Felton responding to go release those dogs. I went to the dispatch supervisor and said I was concerned about the fact that this dispatcher had disregarded my directive to hold it for the animal control officer and had dispatched the police officer who was busy working on another matter. The dispatch supervisor said to me, I will write her up for it. There was no slamming of doors. As far as her performance over the last 6 months, the dispatch supervisor came to me 4 different times about concerns about this dispatcher's performance issues. And yes, I did tell her that I was concerned. When we sat down and talked to her, we talked to her twice, I was concerned about her performance. The dispatch supervisor actually wanted to suspend her for a day or days without pay because of her poor performance at the end of her tenure here. And I told the dispatch supervisor, I am not going to suspend her when she is this close to obtaining her professional goal. I am not going to create a negative impact on that goal. And so we had a very hard discussion. And yes, that person did shed tears. But we did not suspend her. We worked on a performance plan, and she successfully completed her time here. Let's talk about some of the complaints about the current employees. I've had community members bring to me complaints and concerns about how the department serves the public and whether it's fair and unbiased, and it's important to me that we do. There's been complaints about morale. Morale is a finicky thing. Can't always address it. When cops are busy, when dispatchers are busy, morale seems to be high because we have lots of work to do. When things are not busy, morale seems to go in the tank. When there's change, morale seems to go down. I know that morale is important, and other aspects are important to employees. Unlike Chief Hurd, who would not work a shift unless there was another officer on, and unlike Chief Sweet, and even former Chief Calling told me he didn't cover patrol shifts. Since I first got here, I began covering patrol shifts, and oftentimes without a second officer on. I covered those shifts so others could have time off, so they could attend training, and have extended paternity time. I've been flexible with scheduling so members could attend family events and children's events. I have provided meals during special times such as Deer Creek Days the first year, over holidays, provided gifts for birthdays, provided gifts for Christmas, and during dispatcher week. And those issues, those meals and those gifts were provided at my own expense. Those were not expenses sent to the department or the town. There are multiple items from each officer that you'll see here. Some of them are significant, some of them are insignificant. One officer claims that he was trying to avoid me, but yet if you look at the documentation I provided for you, when we crossed paths, when our shifts crossed, when he was coming on or I was going on and I was going off or vice versa, we'd sit and talk for 30 to 45 minutes. That doesn't sound like somebody who's trying to avoid me. Additionally, I was looking at creating a school resource and special projects officer. This officer was very much interested in it, and I made it very clear that he would be reporting directly to me, and he still had interest in the position. And there's an email in there in the email server that indicates that. If he was trying to avoid me, why would he want to do that? There's a complaint about the canine vehicle. A management decision was made to buy vehicles from Alabama already outfitted with emergency gear and equipment without the appropriate warranty service from that dealership in Alabama. Yes, we had problems with that car. Yes, it was problematic. I'm glad that it's now gotten better. And I know that Mr. Halverson addressed part of that and did a good job working on it. I already addressed one officer's complaint about the training of the new sergeant. Let's talk about Officer Richard. The video he watched was a Schoolhouse Rock video, I'm Just a Bill. It was not any kind of remedial training. It was new officer training. I spent some time when Officer Richard was first new with us and taught him where criminal law comes from. It was based upon a class I taught for my prior agency in Arizona for more than a decade to all of our new recruits. I have taught more than 500 new recruits this class, and I've used the I'm Just a Bill and a section of video from Ken Burns' Civil War series as videos in that presentation. I'm Just a Bill is an excellent demonstration of how bills are created by legislature and how they are signed and how they can be created. I have never had a complaint about using that video. In fact, in the documentation you will see, I provided you 3 evaluations that I have from my prior agency that I happened to come across recently, in which the students in those classes actually showed appreciation for the videos used, and one especially the Schoolhouse Rock video. It was not meant to be demeaning. It was demonstrative. Let me go back to what I talked to you about at the Wyoming Bar Association. They use irreverent comedy videos to demonstrate teaching principles. There's a complaint about not respecting one's religion. Let me make it very clear to you. I respect everyone's First Amendment rights to exercise the religion of their choice in the manner that they choose. In fact, Officer Richard, as long as it did not interfere with his duties, was allowed to attend mass services while on duty. There's a complaint from Dispatcher Stoddard that I canceled her leave day. I provided you her time card. That is not accurate. She, in fact, does have that day off. The complaint here is that she was not allowed to use the full leave time that she was requesting for. This gets a little bit convoluted, but here's the facts. Our dispatchers and officers have an 84-hour work week. During that 84-hour work week, she worked 6 12-hour shifts for 72 hours. She received the holiday benefit on Christmas for not working Christmas Day, so she's now at 80 hours. She'd put in for a personal leave day for her regularly scheduled shift, which would have been 12 hours. Her leave time usage was reduced from 12 to 4 to meet the 84-hour requirement. The expectation was that she was going to be allowed to take the additional 8 hours of leave time for which she had not worked and was not appropriate for the pay period. She received leave time for her 84-hour pay period. She had that day off. She just simply did not get 8 hours of pay that she was not entitled to. There is a document in there from Officer McCrary, and he has a variety of different things to say. One of the things he says is that I've put an onerous amount of administrative work on the officers. Let me assure you, there is no additional work that our officers do as far as administrative work that officers across the country do. He also makes a complaint that I had a brand new radar system installed in my patrol vehicle when I don't even go out and do any kind of traffic enforcement. When I went on administrative leave, my patrol car was parked in my garage at my home, and it sat there, untouched, unmoving, until July when the vehicle was needed to have the new camera equipment installed in it. Prior to it being picked up by the police department, I took pictures to ensure that I could show that nothing happened to it. One of those pictures will happen to show, and it's been provided to you, it'll have a picture of the old radar unit. I did not install a new radar unit in that car. I don't know where that complaint comes from. The old radar unit was still in that patrol car. That makes no sense. There are complaints from the dispatch supervisor that I kicked back some paperwork with a yellow sticky asking her to change something on it. And you'll see in the documentation she responds, I told him that that's not the way we do it. Well, it's my understanding the statutory, the ordinance authority that I am given allows me to administer the police department in the way I see fit. And I was asking her to change something the way we documented information. She makes it an issue that I created a Facebook post in support of a library event that the police department was assisting with. And she was upset because my wife is on the library board. Let me make it very clear, my wife has nothing to do with this matter. Absolutely nothing. And the town has drug her into this. I made that Facebook post because 2 employees at the library, when I was coordinating them with this, said, hey, can you make a post and create in support of this? I'm not a Facebook person. I took that as an opportunity to learn about it and do something and support one of the organizations in this town. I've already addressed her concern about my CPR certification, and you'll see that I have followed the post rules.
Would you like to give everybody a 5-minute break since we've been an hour?
Yeah. Chief Theel, do you need to get to a good stopping point so we can
I can stop
take
there.
a quick break? Is that all right? All right. Well, let's recess for 10 more minutes, and then we'll come back at 5 till noon, and then we'll go for 1 more hour. In recess. Thank you.
Should have bought her aspirin. This-
Chief Theel, whenever you're ready to proceed.
Thank you. One of the issues that Mr. Silva brought forward in his documentation is a complaint about addressing some performance issues by Sergeant Felton. And I feel like it's slightly unfair to Sergeant Felton that it has to be discussed in public like this, but the town is the one that has chosen to do it this way. First of all, I believe that part of this is retaliation for the poor performance evaluation that he was to receive. He received a MEETS. The documentation is in there, but you will see that there were some performance issues that I was greatly concerned about. I had hoped to be able to serve that document on him and have a significant discussion with him prior to me going on vacation. But I knew that I needed to be able to spend significant time to have a meaningful conversation with him. And due to scheduling, we didn't get that done before I left town, but it was going to be done when I got back. I also find it interesting that if you align the two, some of the issues on the no confidence letter mimic some of the issues I brought forth with Officer Felton's performance. Sergeant Felton's. One of the other issues that concerns me greatly about these proceedings is I've pointed out to you where there's inaccuracies and falsehoods that have been brought forward. And I'm concerned that the town has allowed some of these issues to not properly be vetted, and it creates the appearance that some of our officers may have been untruthful in documenting some of these incidents. It is concerning because officers are shown to be untruthful have to be put on the Brady list. Well, what's a Brady list? There's a Supreme Court ruling that requires that officers who have been shown to be untruthful be disclosed to defense personnel. And I hope that we can avoid that occurring and hope we can clear up some of these falsehoods that have been brought forward. One of the issues that I'm greatly concerned about was that in the documentation where Sergeant Felton is alleging that a certain former employee was given preferential treatment, stated that a community member had come forward and made a driving complaint about that former officer, and I had blown off that person and did not do anything with it. Well, back in June, the community member that made that complaint stopped me and asked me about that. First of all, that community member thought that the complaint had been addressed by Chief Hurd. It was that old. She thought it was Chief Hurd that had addressed it. And I explained to her, nope, you'd come to me with it. You told me this. This was the facts that you told me. These were your concerns. Oh, yeah, I remember that. She said, but I thought Chief Hurd took care of it. Nope. I followed up on it. I addressed it with the officer. I gave the officer some coaching on his driving behaviors. There was no inappropriate conduct, but it was just more a matter of, please remember when you're responding to something that you're driving for everybody else, not just yourself. And you need to get there safely so that you can render the appropriate service. And that officer was responding to an incident. And this person relayed to me that she had received a phone call from Sergeant Felton and another person that she did not know who it was. At this point in time, I'm drawing the conclusion it was the private investigator that the town hired to follow up on some of these issues. She said that she was interviewed by Sergeant Felton and this private investigator, if that's who it was. She provided information to them, the fact that she thought it was so old that it was Chief Hurd. And she told me that I felt like they were trying to set you up for something. So one of the things I asked her was, well, when did you speak to Sergeant Felton about it, and why didn't you readdress it with me? And this community member said, I never spoke to Sergeant Felton about it. But yet we have a document that says this community member went to Sergeant Felton and complained. We have a direct conflict with what the facts are here. And the community member to me was absolutely adamant that she had never spoken to Sergeant Felton about it. Yes, the town is accurate that there was documentation of performance failures. One of the things that I have been taught and that I have engaged in is when there are performance failures, they need to be documented if they're repeated. That is just a liability issue. If there was going to be some sort of negative employment action taken, such as a suspension, a demotion, or a termination, the town has to have that documentation available to show the reasoning behind that. The town has not alleged that I had taken any kind of such action against Sergeant Felton. That documentation was to provide him specific direction on certain things that he had not done properly, or it was to counsel him on items that he had not done properly. Yes, there is a document in there where he was counseled about being insolent. 2 different situations on a short period of time, he responded in a very insolent manner. I will tell you right now, I am okay with respectful debate. I encourage respectful debate in the workplace because I'm likely to learn something. You may bring something forward to me. In fact, you could ask Sergeant Felton. I've said to him many a times, I had said to him, am I overlooking something? Am I missing something? If I am wrong, please tell me. And I provided him the opportunity to respond. But the other part of that is, at the end of the day, the boss gets to be the boss. I've been in the place where Sergeant Felton has been. I've made arguments to my boss and said, we should do it this way. The boss has made a different decision and gone a different direction. And then it's my job to follow through with that. I understand the frustration that can come with that. But again, we work under a chain of command. Law enforcement is a paramilitary organization with a chain of command. That's to ensure consistency and ensure that orders are carried out. Again, I've told my staff multiple times, I'm good with respectful debate, but in certain situations, at the end of the day, I get to be the boss, I get to make the decision, and especially when it's tactical or there's an important decision to be made, I expect to be able to make that decision and that decision to be carried out. That's just the way police departments run. It is unfortunate that over this last year there was multiple incidents that I would consider insubordination, and I feel like it was fueled by his attitude towards me. Early on in my time here at the department, while having a discussion with Sergeant Felton, he pointedly told me, the mayor is not my friend, but everybody knows that I can go to him if I have a professional concern. That seems like an outright threat to me, to my position. But yet I pushed forward, and I tried to create a police department that served our community in a fair and unbiased manner. Since I've been on administrative leave, I've had multiple community members come to me with complaints about Sergeant Felton. They include not taking a crime complaint serious, being dismissive at a domestic violence incident, being harassed, being targeted for enforcement action, and lack of statutory knowledge. And in each one of those people, I've redirected people to the mayor to address. And I doubt that that has happened. I'm going to move on to Mr. Silva's comments about some of my former coworkers. I want you to know that I was subjected to a thorough and intensive background investigation prior to my being hired. I know that not all of you were on the council at that time. I believe 3 of you were, and I don't know what you were briefed on. But during that background investigation period, it was uncomfortable for me, which tells me that your background investigator was doing a good job. The background investigator traveled to Tucson and had access to my internal affairs investigation files, my personnel files, any disciplinary actions I had received, and had the opportunity to interview multiple people. The one person that Mr. Silva alludes to that he spoke to is a person that has been mad at me and doesn't like me literally for decades. And the biggest reason for that is because that person at one point in time been fired from the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and I told him to his face that I agreed with the department's decision. That is the basis of it, that I agreed with a management decision. And from that time on, despite the fact that we worked together and that he reported to me at different times, I looked at him as somebody that is my job to work with, and when I was his supervisor, it was my job to help develop him. And all he did was push back. Should also be noted that the background investigator interviewed that person, and I don't know what you were told. He should have presented the information to you, including his assessment of what he thought of that employee. In fact, because of the use of Pima County employees, I've communicated with the Pima County administrator on this matter to ensure that they protect themselves from any liability from some of these comments. And he does not even understand why anybody would give any credence to that person's comments. Mr. Silva's comments do not give any credence to those employees that were interviewed and did have positive things to say about me. When we were considering the fact that we might have to prepare for an evidentiary hearing and calling witnesses, I was looking at calling between 30 and 40 former coworkers to testify on my behalf. And it's only reasonable after a 27-year career in an organization with 1,400 employees that some of those people are not going to like me. They're not going to like the decisions I made. They're not always going to be happy with me. I can accept that. You should also be aware that some of these complaints that have been presented to you are literally decades old. Let me address some of these people that they are using. There's a person that's referred to as HJ. Now, back in May, Mr. Silva sent my attorney a letter. And in that letter, it makes a comment about that I should be used to this, that I was just as uncomfortable during the RICO investigation in Pima County while I was still there. Let me make it clear to you, I was never the target of any kind of federal investigation into the misuse of forfeiture funds. Those involve people that are used in the town's complaint that they were loyal to. One former senior leader of the department committed suicide because he was afraid he was going to be indicted, and another member was indicted on felony charges and eventually took a plea to misdemeanor charges. HJ was directly involved in those misuse of funds as the custodian of records and approving reimbursements for inappropriate expenses. I provided documents regarding HJ's performance at the Sheriff's Department and his challenges in always telling the truth. I can add additional information about his character, but I'm not going to at this time, but I'm more than willing to in executive session. There's another complaint by GM. He complained about a transfer. Let me tell you what was going to happen. He was going to get, because of the new sheriff's desire to downsize the department, this person was going to be demoted from lieutenant to sergeant. After GM threatened to sue the department if he was demoted, the sheriff asked me to find a way to not demote him and find him an assignment. And that's exactly what I did. I thought he should have gone ahead with the demotion. But he said, find a way to keep him as a lieutenant, find a job for him. That's what I did. I followed the orders of my boss and made it happen. It was not something that I did on my own. There's also a document in there which shows his willingness to disregard orders and inappropriately share confidential information. Also in that document, there's an allegation that he made bullying complaints, that I bullied him. Let me assure you, those were investigated. There's a 1,000-page report because of GM and a myriad of others. There was no finding of sustained bullying by me against GM or bullying against any of these others. The last person is listed as BP. He's not happy because I disagree with something he's done. He's engaged in a lawsuit against the county over $8,000 worth of on-call pay. I believe he and the 7 other employees who are engaged in that lawsuit were not entitled to the pay. They are using a legal defense fund that was designed to support deputies when they're involved in shootings and other misconduct investigations for them to have legal defense. They have used more than $250,000 in the attempt to regain $64,000. I made it very well known that I thought that they were misusing that fund, and it was unfair to the other deputies in the department. Furthermore, this man has stalked and harassed a retired department member with brain cancer that's involved in that lawsuit. That's the character of the people that the town is relying upon. Mr. Silva talks about a cease and desist letter that was issued. Let me make it clear. It is only because of comments that have been made in the public about me and this matter in a negative way and a negative impact upon future employment opportunities for me that cease and desist letter was issued. One of the complaints that was made was that department members are upset that I attended council meetings after being placed on administrative leave. Mr. Silva has sent an email that says it's appropriate for me to attend council meetings, but yet I am causing a problem. That is the way the situation is being viewed by some. It is not unreasonable for me to feel that there are certain actors acting against me. Mr. Silva talked about when I came to pick up some documents to prepare for this. I later found out that 2 department employees were using the town's video equipment to surveil me while I was here doing that. As recently as 3 weeks ago, Officer Frida was heard in a public place making negative comments about me. Sergeant Felton has told one community member that he was told to make these complaints and that it was all political. He told another he didn't agree with what the mayor was doing, but something had to be done about me. And he said he definitely doesn't want to be police chief to a third. This is why the cease and desist letter was required. And that's not to mention the inordinate amount of times that police department vehicles drive by our house these days. We've had as many as 10 police department vehicles drive by our house in a 24-hour period. Let's talk about some of the procedural issues that I've been faced with. One of the things I talked about to you earlier in being able to address this in this type of hearing is procedural issues. First of all, I want to point out disparate treatment. Back in February, when I was first placed on administrative leave, one of our town citizens, Jan Pope, stood before you in a council meeting and complained about the way she was treated by a department head for the town and made similar allegations to what the allegations have been made against me. Was that department head placed on administrative leave and investigated? I don't think so. I was told that these were the complaints which would be grievances and should have been handled pursuant to town personnel policy. Town personnel policy has been provided to you. There is a section on grievances and harassment. I encourage you to read those. I was told that they could not be handled by Ms. Tedellini in the traditional manner because the employees were afraid that Clerk Taylor and I were friends and that they would not be handled appropriately. Clerk Taylor and I are colleagues and have a good working relationship. However, I do not have a personal relationship like some of the police department employees. There's a police department employee who the Taylors and the Stoddard's children have very close relationships, and I think it's inappropriate for that to have been used as a reason for the town not to properly follow town policy. It's been a challenge to fight for due process and overcome some of this. I agree that this is the appropriate way to handle this matter. I thought we would have been able to have an open dialogue and find a way forward, but as soon as it became clear that the mayor was intending on having me terminated, this is the appropriate way to have this type of hearing. I'm concerned that there are officials who have failed to recognize their own conflicts and be true to their oath of office. There have been intentional actions to disenfranchise and intimidate me. You may have read the March 31st article in the Glen Rock Independent that printed several emails that were issued after I was placed on administrative leave. I was never told not to speak with any department members, but yet I found out by reading the newspaper that I had been told to do so. I was not told not to talk to any department members, not by the mayor when I had my first phone call, not in the letter issued by the town telling me I was officially on administrative leave, and not in any follow-up communications from the town attorney. I'm also concerned about the fact that there is a desire to continue to investigate. This investigation of me started in February, and appears to have continued all the way through July. If you review best practices in employment matters like this, it will tell you that this type of employment matter should be handled in 30 days or less. There is no reason for it to extend for as long as it has. As I told you earlier, there is a pretextual nature to this matter, and I provided you the definition of pretextual. Please look at Ms. Stadelli's report where she writes that there is not a hostile work environment and that there are concerns, but there is no indication that any of those complaints were founded. It is important to note that this is a paramilitary organization with a clear chain of command that needs to be followed. I want you to understand that some of the complaints that you'll read in there talk about the type of policing we do. I want you to know there is no philosophical difference between the quality of service that should be provided by a law enforcement agency based upon population. Most police chiefs wish they could provide more community-based policing. It is either good policing, which provides fair and unbiased service, dependent upon the Constitution, applicable laws, and evidence-based best practices, or it is poor policing, which ignores the Constitution, laws, and proper procedure. I want you to know that I do not think that it is everyone in the department that wants this. I know that there are a handful of actors that do not want to see me return, but I believe in our department members, and I know that we can move forward. I'm asking you to engage in some due diligence as you, not the attorney or the mayor, are ultimately responsible to the community in this. So please carefully and mindfully review the documentation and the supporting documentation provided to you. Some of the concern that I've been asked to address is the personal impact on us. It is stressful fighting false allegations. There's a constant stress of not being able to defend against the gossip and falsehoods, and I am appreciative of this time to finally address it to you. It's also difficult to be helpless to address concerns and complaints about police department and performance. I was told by one person, I'll be glad when we get our police department back. Other people have told me that they do not want to call the police, despite the need to, because they currently don't trust the department. Some of you may have heard similar comments or may be feeling the same. Please understand that distresses me. No matter which way it goes, it distresses me that a community does not trust their police department. And no matter what happens to me today, I hope that something good comes out of this for the people of this town that I've come to love. It is stressful for confidential information that should have been held confidential was not, and I have to address that. It's difficult when you hear people coming to you and saying, well, I heard this town employee say, the more you dig, the more you find. There's been intimidation, a failure to communicate, disenfranchisement, stress, and slanderous comments. And there's been a financial cost. Donna Lee Bliss, a University of Wyoming employee, said in a newspaper article, I just wanted to be repaired to the extent possible, reputationally and financially. I wasn't asking for extra money. It's about righting a wrong. If I didn't have the funds to pay for an attorney, I would have on my record signed off by David Jones that I retaliated. That's devastating. Despite being a citizen and taxpayer in this town, we were told not to speak to town employees, therefore we felt uncomfortable asking for any town services should they be needed. It is also disconcerting to me that I've had community members come to me and be concerned about fearing retaliation by showing any support. So let me speak to that real quickly. Publicly, I would like to say that those who have shown me support, expressed support to me personally, I am greatly appreciative of that. It is those people that I serve and want to do right by and provide public safety in this town. How do we move forward from here? There is a way forward because I've waited for this time for 8 months. Waiting all of this time demonstrates that I want to go back to work and serve this town, despite the fact that there has been an overt attempt to make it impossible for me to return to work. You, the governing body, have the authority and duty to set policy for how town departments operate. This moment allows for you, the governing body, to engage in meaningful conversation with me to discuss those policy issues which guide and direct our police department in the future. We need to rebuild trust in our police department. We need to have policy discussions in public and allow for public comment. We need to develop and enact policies which assure situations like this are addressed in a more effective and efficient manner in the future so people don't have to wait 8 months ever again. We need to pursue a department that constitutionally and in an unbiased manner serves and protects our entire community. No matter if they've got the right last name or the wrong last name, or they live in the right part of town or the wrong part of town, or whether they've called the police department multiple times and still engage in dysfunctional behavior or not. We need to serve everybody equally and without bias. We need to have frank and transparent conversations within and around the police department that will in equal parts help continue departmental progress, remedy issues and problems within the department, and seek to identify and address actual morale problems. Change and growth are hard, but these comments are intended to demonstrate to you a desire to work for us to get together, that nobody is allowed to control or misuse local government for their own interests. The last thing I want to say is I want to thank my family for their support and the friends that we have developed here in this town. I hope I have made it clear to you how important it is for me to serve the town of Glen Rock. And I now provide the rest of my time to Mr. Homar and Ms. Shea.
Good afternoon, hearing examiner, honorable mayor, council members. My name is Jody Shea. I'm a co-counsel for Chief David Theel. I was before you several months ago in these council chambers, and I'm back today, about 6 months later, asking for a fair and honest resolution to this matter. 6 months ago, I was here, and today we're still talking about the same thing. This has been a very prolonged process, and I would offer that has not been a very private process, despite what may appear to be desires to keep this a private process. In February of 2020, so almost 2 years ago now, there was the first investigation into Chief Theel. It's been talked about a couple times today. And that investigation centered on Officer 1, as that individual has been identified today. And that investigation was conducted and concluded, and at the conclusion of that investigation, nothing happened. Nobody talked to Chief Theel about concerns that they may have. Chief Theel was not offered any opportunity to explain or have some sort of meaningful conversation or healthy debate as to what could have been done different. Nothing happened. People just continued on. 1 year later, in February 2021, we have a second investigation. And that investigation included what's been referred to as the Stadelli report. And Ms. Stadelli conducted an investigation, interviewed some employees, notably didn't interview other people who were referenced in the investigation, didn't look at policies and made some sort of determination, notably which was not necessarily to terminate Chief Theel, but an identification that there were some relationship issues within the department. I believe this council was presented this Stadelli report about 6 months ago, and nothing happened. It was around that same time then that Chief Theel requested, for the second time, one of only 2 times, for a public hearing. And it was then that that public hearing was granted. So at that point, lots of other things happened. So while we weren't able to gather and garnish the information in the first investigation or the second investigation to substantiate a decision to terminate Chief Theel, we decided to try to gather more. And I would offer to this council today that if any one person kept asking about any one of us, they would eventually find someone who doesn't like us, or doesn't like a decision that we've made. That's life, right? We all have differences. We all proceed through this world in one way or the other. We make some happy and we disappoint others. And so, upon further looking and searching, we found some people that didn't like Chief Theel and had negative things to say about Chief Theel. So after we learned that the first investigation and the second investigation didn't yield the information that we needed, and we had a public hearing tabled for 6 months down the road, the town did other things. We continued to interview town employees to see what they did or didn't like about Chief Theel. Notably, you'll have in your packet lots of things about what they may not have liked about Chief Theel. But again, as Chief Theel has encouraged this morning, look carefully, read closely, find out what may be true, find out what is clearly not true, see what the documents support, and ask questions about what you don't know or what you haven't seen. The net was even thrown wider, and we went to the school district to see what concerns they had about Chief Theel. And that's been talked about a lot this morning, as the concerns about Chief Theel's interaction with the school district and how some policies may conflict. In this confliction of these policies, this council today is supposed to be critical of Chief Theel and say he did it wrong. That he was adamant about what he wanted and was not willing to be flexible and have those conversations. Those conversations are still appropriate, and disagreement does not make one party wrong over the other. It means a conversation should be required. The net was cast even wider, and we've talked about lots of community members today who are critical of Chief Theel, and that's also been spoke to at length this morning. But I would also venture to say that there are lots of community members that are very supportive of Chief Theel, and Chief Theel has mentioned some of those incidents today where community members do want him to stay and do want his family to continue to be a part of your community. And then to cast the net even farther, we went to Arizona. What did the deputies at Pima County Sheriff's Office in Arizona have to say about Chief Theel? Some of them don't like him. He was very honest about that. And we don't know about the others that do, because of those handful of employees that don't. We don't know what the others would say about him. I would venture to say there are lots that support him. But again, how wide are we going to throw this net until we find out, we gather the information that justifies a determination to terminate Chief Theel? We've gone beyond Chief Theel himself, and we've looked to people who are associated with Chief Theel, and how can we be critical of them? Notably, Chief Theel's wife is mentioned in the town's submission that you will review today. The submission is critical of two communications Ms. Theel has had with Coulter Felton and Ms. Stoddard. And I would note that those protected First Amendment communications should not be used against Chief Theel. Ms. Theel lives in this community. It's a small community. She has all rights to communicate and interact with its community members, and not to her own detriment, and not to the detriment of her husband. There was a report published in your local paper describing a traffic incident between Ms. Theel and other community members. And in that police report, the officer talks about his conversation with Chief Theel, his conversation with the other drivers involved in the incident, and his conversation with Ms. Theel. And I would offer to you that that conversation with Ms. Theel never happened. In fact, he never interviewed her to get her side of the story. And I would reiterate that in Ms. Stadeli's report, she too never interviewed Ms. Theel to get her side of the story. Now, you may be saying, why does this matter? What does this have to do with Chief Theel? And I would echo that question. It has nothing to do with Chief Theel. But again, it's one more circumstance that we're going to capture in this net to understand what we need to conceivably get them out of our community, because that feels like the direction in many ways that this is going. David and Carmen Theel moved here in early 2019, and they settled into your community with their dog Kane to become members, productive, collaborative members of your community. And I would offer that you don't bring an individual into your state from another if you don't think change is necessary. And change is hard. Management decisions are hard, and they're not always favorable. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong. Chief Theel and Carmen Theel have demonstrated a continued desire to stay here in their participation in community events, their service on boards, their tolerance of this process, which has been quite burdensome, I would observe. And so I would ask you today to be mindful and thoughtful in your deliberations, to understand the process that you've gone through and understand that this isn't normal. This isn't the way that these go. Ask questions of Chief Theel, of myself, of Mr. Homar, of Mr. Silva, because this is an important decision before you today. There's a lot of information that you've heard this morning, a lot of information that you will read in the packets that have been before you. We would ask your sincere consideration in what is fair, in what is honest, and we would also offer that this isn't a all or nothing proposition, that it's not Chief Theel or the department. It's not one or the other. There are various options in between, and obviously Chief Theel and his wife are here for the purpose of investigating those interim options. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We recognize you have a difficult decision to make today. Thank you.
So we're now into afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. My name is Scott Homar. I represent Chief David Theel. I'm with the law firm of Overstreet, Homar, and Krieger in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I want to say hello to the mayor. I want to say hello to the council members. Thank you for putting this together today. As Chief Theel said, this is his one chance to talk to you. Mr. Silva's had 8 months to visit with you and provide whatever information has been provided to you. We know you've been provided with a significant number of documents today. I don't think you've seen them all, but you can see the notebooks lying around. And as we sit here today, Chief Theel and I have no idea what you've been presented with up to this point, what you know, what you don't know, what's been shared with you, what has not been shared with you. And that leaves us at a bit of a disadvantage. But again, that's why you have some pretty sizable notebooks that are here today. As Mr. Silva said, the town ordinances require cause to terminate the chief of police in the town of Glen Rock. That's no minor or insignificant thing. It has to be real. And it has to be unfabricated reasons and not pretextual. That's not small. That's not insignificant. I've been practicing law for 25 years. I think exactly the same as Mr. Silva, as a matter of fact. I've done employment law both on the employer side and the employee side. And never before have I seen such an effort by a few individuals to come up with cause in order to terminate someone when it's just not there. It's either there or it isn't. We have, as Ms. Shea described, these investigations. One that was unknowingly done. Really two others, because he was interviewed twice by Ms. Stadelli, one having to do with investigation of an investigation, and then of these HR complaints that followed when there was no hay to be made with the investigation of the failure to investigate. So you have the Olson investigation, you have the first Stadelli investigation, you have the second Stadelli investigation, and then you have, well, we didn't come up with anything there, so we'll come up with what we can on our own. And that's what they are trying to do. Investigations into allegations of misconduct or cause to terminate should be laser focused so that an employee can face those allegations and respond to them. Here we have anything but that. Here we have Mr. Silva and the mayor throwing everything they think they can come up with against the wall to see if any of it's going to stick. What have we ended up with? We've ended up with some people think he's mean. He was hired to make this department into a modern and efficient police department. That includes instituting cultural changes and efficient business practices into a police organization that may have become a bit professionally stagnant. Doing what he was hired to do is bound to upset a few people here and there, especially those that may have become part of that stagnation. Yet here we are, poised to deliberate and vote on whether to retain someone for doing their job. An exercise that is frankly quite damaging to Chief Theel both personally and professionally. And this has been ongoing, like I said, for approximately 8 months. And during that time, there have been some fairly outrageous things happening. There have been leaks to the press regarding documents and confidential employment information without him having any ability to respond to them. There have been misrepresentations made. This information about the RICO and Mr. Theel being involved, which he's described to you already. Again, not knowing what was forwarded to you as a council. I wrote several letters addressing the council. I don't know what you were able to review and what you weren't able to review. And it's possible that there would have been the ability to come to some agreement at some point in time had we had the ability to have adult dialogue and discussion. There's been intimidation of people that support Chief Theel. Like he mentioned, the number of times the police department or other law enforcement were driving by his home, people getting calls from investigators trying to dig up dirt. Going back to his former employer in Pima County, Arizona, looking for people to say bad things about him, which, by the way, has zero relevance to what he did here in Glen Rock, Wyoming. What we're really reduced to here is he makes some employees feel bad. There are a lot of things that go into policing and running a police department the right way. One of those things is holding employees accountable for their judgment and their decision making and their adherence to policy, practice, and rules. That includes ensuring good police work and investigations. That includes having a standard crime and incident reporting procedure. That includes writing accurate and sufficient reports. One of the allegations that you'll see in the town's presentation or submission is that people were upset because he made them rewrite reports. Police reports are incredibly important. I'm a former prosecutor. I prosecuted for 13 years in Cheyenne, Wyoming. 8 of those years, 2 terms of which I was the elected district attorney. I've tried hundreds of cases. Accurate reports are integral to any kind of prosecution. Those reports will be picked apart by a good defense attorney if they're not accurate. Insufficient reports should be sent back to law enforcement by the prosecutor for clarification or additional information as necessary. It's imperative that they're done right. I'm sorry if I've hurt some officers' feelings by sending reports back to them and telling them they didn't do everything they needed to do before I could file a charge. But that's what a good prosecutor needs to do. A good police chief needs to make sure that they're accurate before they go to the prosecutor. Chief Theel shouldn't be sorry for doing his job right. He's been defending himself for almost 8 months for doing his job, placed on administrative leave without notice or an opportunity to be heard for issues that turned out to be non-issues. The Stadelli investigation determined he didn't fail to investigate and there was no hostile work environment. What she did say was there's some people that have their feelings hurt, some ruffled feathers. It should be. Oh, she also determined that it would be difficult for Chief Theel to return to the police department based upon this. But let's go back and look at what's happened here. If we would have investigated the initial issue, why he was placed on administrative leave, taking care of that issue, got a response from Chief Theel, he would have been back at work. Instead, we've created 2 additional investigations and then a 3rd one by the town itself. During that time, re-interviewing employees, giving credence and feeding the beast that is now what they are using as a grounds to terminate him, that he can't get along with them. As been referenced, there is an article by a former police chief regarding no confidence votes. He says no confidence votes can range from legitimate to irrelevant. On one hand, you're going to have a police chief that really maybe is not serving the department and needs to go. On the other line are malcontents who have hijacked the organization and have taken the podium. That, folks, is what we have here. I'm going to tell you a personal story. When I was in junior high in Casper, at CY Junior High, we had a PE teacher that everybody loved. He was great. He was gregarious. He kind of let us do what we wanted to do. Didn't have a lot of rules. And he was not very strict. And about halfway through the year, he had to take leave to deal with some family issues, and we had a substitute. And that substitute was a rule follower, and he was strict, and we didn't like it, as you can probably imagine. It was different than what we were used to and the way we went along on our day-to-day lives at CY Junior High. So we began to make his life miserable. And we did things, not so good things, not things that I'm even proud of today. The entire class hid from him at one point. Things were said by some individuals about the way he was dealing with the students, which weren't true. And what did the school district do when this came to a head? Did they get rid of the substitute teacher? No, what they did is they sat us all down. They told us he's going to be our teacher. We're going to do what needs to be done, and several of us got SWATs. Remember when SWATs were a thing? My only SWAT, by the way.
Yes.
Now, what would have happened if they let the students run that show? It's just not how it's supposed to work. You can't have the students running the school, and you can't have some ruffled feathers running a police department. You need to take the time necessary to read the town's written statement regarding the allegations. Allegations that, like I said, are really just a shotgun approach and incredibly weak reasons to terminate someone, not legally sufficient. And you need to take the time to read Chief Theel's response and review his exhibits. He responds to each and every allegation. His personal and professional life hang in the balance. If you do that, if you review those carefully, you will see that this is not due to misconduct or real identifiable reasons for termination, simply a concerted effort to dig that up, and they were unable to do so. What you do end up with is he ruffled a few feathers, and he ran out of gas on one occasion, by the way. That's actually in the allegations, that it was a safety issue that he ran out of gas on one occasion. That's what we're reduced to here. As for ruffling feathers, that's what you do when you lead. You all know that. You're elected officials. You have to make decisions every day. Decisions you know are going to have 2 or 3 more sides. And probably when you make that decision, someone's going to be upset with the result. That's what happens when you lead. So I'm asking you to take back the reins on this failed fishing expedition and see that Chief Theel is reinstated to his position.
Thank you, Mr. Homar. At this time, I'll give the council members and Mr. Mayor an opportunity to ask any questions that they would have. You can ask questions directly of Chief Theel. You can also ask questions directly to Mr. Homar, or excuse me, of Mr. Homar or Ms. Shea. So, Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. Councilmember Nunn?
Yes, please. Give me a minute to find where I'm going here.
Take whatever time you need.
One question I have, there's been quite a bit of discussion about this report that is supposedly on file and that Chief Theel states that he could write again. Is there any evidence that that report even still exists that was filed?
Is it okay if I answer from here, or would you like me to return to the podium?
You don't need to return. That's fine. You can remain seated.
Councilmember Nunn, if I understand your question correctly, is there evidence that the report exists?
The drive that you said was placed in a manila envelope, do we even know that that still exists?
I don't know. As I explained to you, I printed out the report. I put the electronic files on a USB drive, sealed it up, and provided it to Clerk Taylor for secure storage. I do have the report on my computer so that it could be recreated along with the electronic files.
Thank you. I have a question about this, was it Aaron Shadow investigation? When did that start? I wasn't even aware it was going on.
I have no knowledge of when it started. I know that in some of the documents that the town provided, that originally when this was going to be an evidentiary hearing, that he had been retained as a private investigator and he would have been called upon to testify.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I'm still coming down here. Sorry. I write slow and I read slower. Another question. Is the dispatch area of the police department under 24-hour camera review?
It has not been, and I do not believe it is now. I am not sure where the additional cameras have been placed. There is a camera that catches people entering and exiting the lobby area.
Do you feel that's necessary for the protection of the dispatch department as well as for the public?
A camera in dispatch or the camera in the lobby area?
A camera in dispatch.
I'm hesitant to say that a camera in dispatch would be necessary because to me it feels big brotherish to watch somebody. If there's sufficient coverage at the front window to see somebody coming in, it should provide any evidentiary documentation needed should there be some sort of critical incident.
You mentioned the Brady list. Are any officers in Glen Rock on that list now?
Not that I am aware of.
Have any officers from Glen Rock ever been on that list?
I do not know. That would need to be directed to the county attorney's office if there are any prior officers who are on the Brady list.
I'm looking, Roy. Hang on.
Oh, you're good.
I do not understand. I guess I would direct this to Mr. Homar. I do not understand what a contextual reason means. You said causes for termination must be real, must be unfabricated reasons, and cannot be a contextual reason. What do you mean by contextual reason?
I hope I didn't misspeak, but I meant to say pretextual. Can't be pretextual. And by that, I think it was actually defined by Chief Theel.
Another question I have for you, sir. When was the first letter that you addressed directly to the council sent to the council? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. I could get that information for you.
I would like that information. When was the last letter that you directed to the council sent?
Same answer. I can get that for you.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Roy. Take it away.
You're taking some of my questions.
Sorry.
I also have concern. I'd like to know where that missing report is or where it is, and if we can produce that.
Again, I've explained my actions, but it can be recreated.
Okay. Concerning the 3 investigations, and then you said something about a 4th or another investigation on their own. I have a question about that. I'm concerned that there's an investigation out there that we don't know about.
Yeah, there's no Aaron Chateau investigation. He served subpoenas. He was going to testify in discovery that I provided to him relative about how because he's done internal affairs investigations for the Natrona County Sheriff's Department, he would testify how the criminal case should go outside of the agency, and he would testify how to get a warrant for Instagrams and electronic data like that. He didn't conduct any investigation. He served subpoenas.
And I'll just follow that up. We don't know what was entailed as far as the last investigation. To my knowledge, certainly the town attorney did some investigating. I have emails from the town attorney wherein he stated, the more I dig, the more I turn up. So this continued well after the Stadelli investigation.
Okay. And again, echo what Margaret said. I'd like to see letters that maybe we didn't get from our attorneys, or letters that you received that we haven't seen.
Councilman Kincaid, I can determine when those letters were sent. I know that your town council has copies of those letters, so if they were not turned over, I would ask that you go through the town attorney to get those.
I just want to make sure we have everything.
I can certainly provide them if there's no objection to doing so.
I don't object.
Thank you.
I have one question, if it's hard if I ask it.
I think you can ask a follow-up if you'd like.
You made the statement that you could reproduce this so-called what's on a drive off your computer. Is that the city computer or your private computer?
I have a a USB drive that I had been storing documents on, so that I can make sure that I could recreate documents if necessary.
Okay.
Did you have any more questions, Councilman?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. And I do want to follow up, Mr. Homer. I don't know if you're referencing the 2 letters that you directed to myself and Mr. Silva. I have copies of those, if that's what you're referencing, regarding communications.
Are you talking about in exhibits?
No, they're not in exhibits. It's items that you directed to Mr. Silva and I, primarily me as the hearing officer assigned, and then I followed up with you and asked you to submit whatever request you had through a formal pleading. I don't know if that's the letters you're referencing.
I'm not sure. If you want to tell me the dates on those, I can verify.
I have a July 21st letter. Oh, and then I'm mistaken. It was actually an email. I know I've got it in my electronic file. So I just was asking because if that's what you're referring to, those have not been given to council because they were directed to Mr. Silva and I, but I could provide them to council if there's no objection from anyone. So I just wasn't sure if that's what you're referencing.
And I'd have to look to determine that. I believe the letters I'm speaking of were actually addressed to council.
Okay. All right. Council member?
Okay. The only thing I had to ask were the same things that Margaret and Roy were asking about the air and shadow and the letters that you sent to Frank or Mr. Silva.
Yeah, okay. Do you have a copy of the email from the county attorney about the bar incident? They said to go ahead and charge with the COVID violation.
I do not have a copy of that email because when I would keep copies of documents, I did not copy emails because I knew that they were stored in the server. I've not been allowed access to those emails. So unless emails have been purged, there should be an email from April with that direction to issue the citation.
So any way we can get a copy of that? Or?
I believe our IT person can draw up any and all emails that have come back and forth between the town and anybody else. So that shouldn't be a problem.
You could do that, but I think we would need approval from both attorneys in this case to agree to that. So we understand procedurally, as I referenced in my initial comments, it's important that whatever decision you make today is actually based on the information presented during the hearing. It's not uncommon. Sometimes things come up that may be relevant, but if both attorneys would stipulate to that, if you would allow IT to search and then provide it to the attorneys first and see if you allow it to come to the council, it's up to you. But I think if the attorneys say no, unfortunately, because what we've agreed to is to just consider the evidence presented here today, we can't look for that. And that's sort of the point. To be clear, we're going to recess. We'll discuss this in private. And you have to make your decision based on the evidence before you, either through the verbal testimony or through the presentations that were made with all the documents. So I don't know if Mr. Homar, Mr. Silva, do you have any thoughts on that particular email?
We don't have any objection to presenting that email. It would have been from either Mr. Gregerson or Mr. Russell at the county attorney's office. He believes it was Mr. Gregerson, however.
I need to check with IT for just 1 second.
Sure, that's fine, counsel.
May I ask one other question, please? Or do I need
Let's go ahead and wait till Mr. Silva gets back, just in case he were to have an objection. Ms. Iverlin is here, but just don't want to prejudice anyone.
We'll see if we can find it.
Okay. So what I would suggest is if IT is going to go search for that, I would suggest that the attorneys look at it. And if you're comfortable giving it over to council, you can provide it to me, and then I'll give it to council. And then I believe Councilmember Nunn had another question.
Yes. Am I correct? Oh, excuse me. Cold air. That at the conclusion of this procedure, based upon the evidence that we have heard presented in this room today, that this investigation is finished, closed, terminated?
I think that's a question for the town attorney. We would hope so.
It is over. Once
This
you
is it.
decide, it's over.
In all investigations, we're not going to drag up another investigation of an investigation or of something.
No, this is it. It should be the last due process hearing, correct?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I apologize, Councilman Moulton. I believe you still had some more questions.
Going back to those emails, is there a way I could get a copy of the ones Chief Theel sent to and then back, or am I just going to get the one that he got back saying?
He's checking the email, so let's see what we get.
What I might also just suggest, and I don't know if this will help in terms of document requests, I would ask that while the council members deliberate, there may be some additional questions that come up since they haven't had a chance to review the documents yet. If they have a question about anything or they have a request for any additional information, I'll present it to both attorneys. And then we'll see if you all are able to answer it or feel comfortable answering it for the councils. So go ahead, please.
Okay, and a question about the report concerning Chief Theel's wife. The claims of it being inaccurate and not right, I don't know why it wasn't corrected. So it did reflect the correct situation of what happened.
So when that incident happened, an officer responded. I told him that because it involved a family member that I could not be involved in managing or supervising this. And I directed the officer that responded to address any concerns, questions, issues to that specific sergeant. And I recused myself out of being involved in that situation. It was then up to that sergeant and that officer to fix it, and there was follow-up conversation, and the report was not, I was later informed that the report was not accurate and did not reflect a proper interview, and I made the executive decision that rather than stirring it up again and causing more angst, that I would just leave it as is. So I made a mistake in not going back to the sergeant and telling him to make sure it was fixed accurately. And let me also say, if I had hindsight, it would have been different. And I have learned from that.
And I'll just tag along on that a little bit. If he had asked that sergeant to correct that particular report, which had to do with his wife, it could have been seen as him trying to do something improper in that regard.
I think that's it. But I'm with the rest of the council on the report from Officer 1, whatever was turned in. Sure.
All right. If council has no more questions at this time, or the mayor, we will adjourn into executive session, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 16-4-405A, Romanet 2, and we will deliberate in private. And I think I mistakenly said the council would vote privately. That's inaccurate. We'll deliberate in private, and then the council will come out and vote in public. So that will occur sometime, hopefully later today, if we can get through all the information this afternoon. So at this point, if council has nothing else, and council for Chief Theel and the town of Glenrock have nothing else.
Do you want our cell phone numbers?
Yes, I was going to get that off the record, if that's all right. Mr. Silva, anything else from any participants at this time? Okay. I thank you very much for your presentations, and I thank you very much to all the gallery members for being appropriate and polite and not and letting us get through this very smoothly. So, all right, at this point, we're adjourned. All right, is everyone ready to proceed? All right. At this time, council has deliberated in executive session, and I think they are now prepared to propose a vote and then potentially vote on this issue. Does anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to terminate Chief David Theel for some of the reasons listed in the town attorney's presentation, including failure to follow policies, morale issues, and a strained working relationship with the school district.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 3-2. I will prepare a written order fully explaining the reasoning and provide that to town council to review for their adoption and signature, and then that will be released to the parties. Once the order is released, that will trigger Chief Theel's time to appeal. So you don't have to worry about that running while we're trying to finalize the written order. So, all right, thank you for everyone's time today. I believe that's it, and we're adjourned.